2. And there we are.
Life. Oh.
What's up?
Quarantine life is just normal life.
I said quarantine life, but then you said, and there we go. So the first thing they probably heard was me saying quarantine life.
That's some good ways to end the year, I feel.
I wouldn't know the quarantine life has been working all this fucking year. To which some people would say I should be thankful for, because it means I was able to make money, which means I can give other people money. Right, FOMO?
Yeah.
So number one game of the year, FOMO, number one game of the year.
FOMO.
Been playing FOMO for a long time.
You've been doing what?
There was a nice update that changed her color scheme this year.
I know she was available in 2020 and in the year 2000 as a Caribbean only extension, but like she was ported to the she was ported.
Oh, we're like 20 bucks for making my emotes.
She was ported until the Lord.
Official world.
With a free DLC that changes the RGB value.
There was a weird update. There was a weird update. They just kind of threw a bow at her, and now she has a bow.
Some people would say it's just a skin, but it changed everything.
It's just a skin. What is?
Some
this,
people would say that's just a
Fago?
skin, and then I'm like, that's all it was in the beginning. Anyway, I'm kidding.
This year was the year we called the fucking 5-star ultra rare red companion.
Is this some fucking Fire Emblem Heroes bullshit?
No one thought we would get another red update, but here we are. They just revamped it.
Red update 2, the better red.
Gotta get fake.
It's like Daniel, the cooler Daniel.
So guys, before we get too far into all of this,
Yeah.
Far enough.
I think we got pretty far already.
welcome to the New Year stream, the annual one we do every year, where we talk about video games of all things. I mean, I still play video games. That's still a dramatic part to this channel, obviously.
Not a video game.
I play so many games. I just haven't completed any this year.
You didn't tell us you were a gamer. This is disgusting.
I'm one of them dirty gamers. Do those game things. But ever since a little thing called Dart, for some reason, everybody wants me for other things. They want me for my brain instead of my hands. I don't like it. So with all that being said, we're going to be talking about our top games of the year. I don't think I've completed literally anything this year. I think I came close in like some respects. But once we got around like July, August, and whenever I got the coronavirus, I stopped playing a lot of things around then and just never got back to them, because then October happened by the time I felt good again. And I'm like, I should play some horror games. Then I didn't. Then November happened and I'm like, oh, new games. I should play the new games and not finish the old ones. Then I didn't. And then December happened and here we are. And I'm
sensing a pattern here.
Yeah, it's just,
I don't see. Here's what I'm hearing: is you're becoming me.
I haven't. This year, I've probably played the most games, but haven't played any game significantly. Like, this has been like, there's been some really good games that came out this year that made me smile so much. In fact, some of the ones that I mentioned today are so high on my list that people are going to look at me like I'm fucking crazy. But I loved them. I absolutely loved the games. So it's gonna be pretty funny. I actually went back and watched some other top 10s that people have put out since December, and I'm like, damn, two of the top of my top 5, like no one even mentions like ever. And I'm like,
The last person, whoever liked the video game.
So I'm gonna have some good times talking about those, and you guys are gonna tell me about some games, and we're gonna talk about those as well, the ones that you guys liked, I guess.
Oh, I'm just here to vibe. I have nothing.
Put your game logos in stream chat, and maybe we'll consider them.
I might ask. I was just gonna say I might ask people in the chat if we have forgotten anything, and then near the end, we'll be talking about games in the future, like we've done for the past 2 years. Talking about games that are gonna come out next year. Do MMOs count? MMOs count if they've had a significant update in the past year. And by significant, I mean more. I mean more than
Existing.
some
Like
things.
a whole ass expansion.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
want
we're
to
talking, like,
say. Here's the
Shadowlands
big
level.
thing. I don't want to say like all expansions count because some expansions are just going through the motions.
Tiny living pack.
Like from what like for example, from what a lot of people told me, I don't know this for particular, I don't know this 100%, but from what a lot of people told me about the recent World of Warcraft expansion, apparently it's just going through the motions.
Did they really just not put anything in it?
If you played the last like decade of WoW, you've played this apparently.
I mean, isn't this what World of Warcraft is at this point?
I mean, it really just depends. Like, I feel like how long does an expansion usually take people to play?
Well, in WoW, significant. Like it is
like a
a year-long event basically for those. But apparently people just have not talked about this one that much. I'm sure people loved it. Like I'm sure people who played through the entire thing and really get into the lore, I'm sure they loved it. And I'm more of a lore guy than I am the actually playing of WoW, because I was kind of roped into playing like in the very beginning whenever I first started by my friends, because a fucking hurricane came by and flooded like the entirety of like the area I was in for like 2 weeks. So it's like,
Oh.
might as well play WoW.
Yeah, I'll do it. Nothing else to do. Play WoW.
But I've usually less kept into the gaming stuff with it ever since they kind of changed a lot of stuff with PvP, and I was usually just a PvP guy in there, and now it's all right to listen to the lore though. I love the lore. Before we go in too much of a tangent on WoW, there are also some games we want to talk about that did not make the cut. Some of them that do not either meet the criteria or are weird on the criteria.
Or bad? Are there any bad ones?
We're not going to talk about, I don't think we should talk about bad games. I think obviously if I mention a game you guys thought was trash, definitely we'll talk about that.
Enough bad shit happened in 2020. We don't need the games.
That's not what we've really done. We don't really talk about bad games in these streams. Not to mention, it would just make this like doubly as long.
We don't need to talk about The Last of Us 2.
I mean, it's not on my list.
Terrible game.
It won a couple of awards, man.
Yeah, but
A lot of bad
game.
games win awards.
I don't know, man. Won a bunch of awards. It's fine.
The
It's fine.
awards are
It has to be good. It has to be
That's
good.
the best part.
No, it doesn't.
So-
Let 'em out.
With all of that being said, before we go too deep into that, I feel like I've said that 3 times in the past 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry before I get kicked out.
No, it was like,
Twice, actually. I
Hmm?
counted.
what was this?
He said twice. Actually, I counted.
I'm gonna fucking murder you.
I love you too, buddy.
Guys, let's start some things off. I'm going to throw this up. Bam, look at that. Oh, it's so great. Look, transition so well. We're gonna be talking about the games of the year. I will say, what I want to do before we talk about the mainstay games of the year is talk about some of the ones that, again, do not meet the criteria. And I think that you guys obviously have a couple of those as well. There's gonna be several sections of honorable mentions throughout the night. But in particular, games that are just regular ports, we don't really want to talk too much about, such as Pikmin 3 Deluxe. Apparently, did not change basically anything. I own the game, I just haven't played it because I've already beaten Pikmin 3 on my
never
Wii
played
U.
Pikmin 3,
Hmm?
but I should play Pikmin 3, but I haven't played Pikmin 3.
Well, that's because
love
nobody had a
Pikmin.
Wii U.
But I love Pikmin.
I played Pikmin 3. It was a video game
Yeah, it was a video
that
game.
you can play.
Yeah. There's also the Mega Man ZX collection that came out as well. That is just basically a port. Nothing nothing really new came out with it. At least nothing significant. Other games that we can talk about, obviously we can mention just games that we played throughout the thing. I didn't have like a lot of party games on my list as well, because obviously it's very hard to play multiplayer games that don't have a lot of stuff whenever there is a humongous pandemic going on. But I think there is one game that we would be amiss to not talk about that, again, does not fit in with any of the criteria that we have set forward for anything. Oh, wait, what's the Well, you interrupted me.
This is live, right?
Yeah, we're live.
There's nothing in the schedule. Someone's not doing the fucking job.
I don't know, man. Who's to say? But again, the one that I mostly want to talk about right now is probably Among Us. It is a very significant game that happened this year that does not follow any of our current conventions. Yet I'm pretty sure most of us played it, and obviously a lot of us watched people play it more than anything. I'd say, especially me. I basically watch people playing this game almost daily at this point. I watch like people like Disguised Toast and stuff like that, like play Among Us all the time. It's an interesting game that unfortunately is not a 2020 game. It's just not a 2020 game, and that's the only reason that I don't really want to spend a lot of time on it.
But so many good moments happened in Among Us.
Yeah. I completely agree. It's honestly, if I were to count Among Us among everything in this year, it would probably easily make top 5, if not top 3 on my list, just because of how much I've watched or played it. Like, there have been so many interesting things with it.
We'll just put it in next year's stream because that big update's coming out next year.
That's true. It would definitely be something that that
we
could
can
happen.
talk about it in the upcoming because it's coming next year.
Well,
you got loopholes.
There isn't a ton of stuff we can talk about as far as next year's stuff, though.
I can't wait to kill everyone in HD.
What do you mean HD? It's just fucking flash game graphic.
HD. Best game. Best game.
But yes, we even tried playing it for a little bit. I mostly just played it off screen with a lot of people. I know that Squeaky, you played a lot on streams with it, at least a couple, and we got some so nice people in the Discord because of it.
Very nice people.
Very lovely people.
Very upstanding folks of society.
Upstanding gents. Didn't make us overhaul anything at all. Space Carrot, that is true. I did enjoy being a Space Carrot. I very much enjoyed being a Space Carrot. That was my favorite thing of all time. Like every time like I changed colors and like just came back as a different plant, I loved. I had to keep come up with things like I have to be purple now. It's like I'm an eggplant.
Yeah,
it's great. I had to be red. I was like I'm a beet. I'm a carrot. I'm an orange. I'm a banana. I was a pear at one point.
Red.
A pepper? I could have been a pepper. I didn't say I was a pepper.
I can't believe you didn't say you were a Pikmin at all.
Could have been a cucumber for
well,
green.
Pikmin aren't food.
Oh,
objectively untrue.
There was a
They're
guy
not food for us.
that was really thinking about eating those Pikmin.
Why don't we try? You picked me before.
I loved being a Space Carrot. It was.
Do you remember Louis?
Cooking all Among Us.
Louis was ready to fucking eat some goddamn Pikmin.
It would be cooking Louis, wouldn't it? Prepare the Pikmin.
Oh, should we talk about Cooking Mama? Anyway, no. Is there any other games you guys
talk
think?
About Cooking Simulator?
Is there any other games you guys think fit into the category of stuff we can talk about that was influential enough but doesn't fit into this list, like stuff that is not a 2020 game?
Does a complete overhaul of a faction, a war game, count as an overhaul?
Oh wait, it doesn't have to be a 2020 game.
I'm saying like some sort of a game that doesn't fit into our criteria is just like an honorable mention, like Among Us.
I've been playing a lot of a game called Star Sector.
You already know what I've been playing a lot of.
I've been playing a lot of. Well, no, actually, I've not been playing a lot of.
And like forced my friends to level up to better ranks into.
Okay, listen. So I was saying this because if we look onto the stream really quick, gonna go ahead and go on to the properties. We're
Oh yeah, Fall Guys happened this year, didn't it?
Again, that's
Yeah,
not
got
that's
overshot
not
by
for
Among Us.
that's not for right now.
That
We're-
Among Us was 2020. That was
Yeah,
a
it's a
real game.
2020 game.
No, it's a real
That's
game
why I
they made.
specifically asked for things that were not that. But
And yeah, Monster Camp was also released this year.
What a good fucking game.
What a
I
good
love
game.
how I'm like, yeah, you guys know games that didn't come out in 2020. Well, these games came out in 2020.
I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat. What do you want me to do?
Now we're reading chat. I mean,
Here
Cooking Simulator came out in
Is another
2019.
game
I
I'd like to
played a lot of
talk
that.
about that technically has enough updates to make it fit on the list, but also I feel very weird about adding it to the list.
Team Fight Tactics.
Okay, so this is where Deco and Tristan take over the stream now.
Yeah, how's it going?
Basically, yeah.
See you
It's
guys
me.
in 3 years.
See you next
Look,
year.
I'm just
Hey,
saying.
How are you? It's
I'm-
me,
I'm
Deco
just
and
saying-
Tristan, and David.
I'm just saying,
All of us.
TFT has had numerous updates that have completely changed the game, and I would say to the criteria put above, this could be a 2020 game in that case. I'm just saying, there's numerous updates that have changed the game entirely. I put it on my list last year, and I felt bad about trying to put it on this year, so I
You should
didn't.
have kept doing it. You should have kept fucking doing it every single year.
Every year, Teamfight Tactics, 20 years,
Not actually.
100 years, Teamfight Tactics.
And yes, TeamFightTactics.com.
Teamfight Tactics morning. 100 years.
Oh my
It was
god.
every 500 seasons of Teamfight Tactics.
I
Don't
mostly
let
just
us read
wanted to
from
bring.
the
I mostly just wanted to bring this in, and I grabbed the Fates logo instead of like the Galaxies logo.
Well, yeah,
or
it has to be more up to date.
yeah. I feel like I've played this more than I've played literally anything.
Yeah, I might agree with that.
I played this more than I played literally anything. I've watched this more than I've watched literally anything. In
I
a
don't know,
true
I put 400 hours into Sword and Shield, so I don't know who I'd have played more.
In
I'd
a-
played them like equally.
in a true list, I feel like this would like be my top game of the year.
You
If-
fuck it.
But I felt like we already talked about it before. We talked about basically everything that makes this game really cool last year. And honestly, I kind of got burnt out in the past like week trying to get up
It's
to
okay.
diamond.
We got him to
You
diamond.
did it. It's
though.
fine. You got it. It's fine.
Cause like this latest patch has just been the worst, and it's been like 2 weeks old. We usually have a new patch every week. But yeah, it's a fun
Year's.
game. I love it. It's fun. It's a funny game. Fun, good game. I have other honorable mentions, of course, that I want to talk about, but those aren't ones that don't fit. So I think we can probably just start talking about some of the other ones, and I can mention the last of my honorable mentions later, because you guys may pick some of the games that are some of the other games on my honorable mentions, so I don't want to preemptively talk about them too much, just in case you guys want to bring those up as things on your list, because I know for a fact at least 3 of them are on your guys' list. But yes, with all that being said, do we have any other before list honorable mentions, guys? Anything that fits into the non-2020 game criteria?
Cooking Simulator.
Anyway,
What? It's
isn't that the
Yeah,
game where
it's a
like
game.
isn't that the game where like you can knock off like the stove door with like a sausage?
Yeah.
I don't know. I
I've
know
been very busy.
all I know is that I discovered it this year because FOMO was playing it because she discovered it this year, and we were having a good time.
And what keeps
And one
happening is we're bad.
It was canceled, so I played it as Melee, and I was the best baker.
I remember
Oh,
that.
now that you mention it, I've
Definitely
always
not.
wanted to be a baker.
I've always wanted to be a
Baker.
baker.
I found you, Baker.
Baker.
Oh no.
I think you're
I'll
the.
eat. I'll eat those. I'll make you eat those pastries.
Another bro honorable mention is Devil May Cry. The Devil May Cry.
I've done the butt.
No, please. Go
Goodbye.
on.
Don't die.
No, I that's something I played a lot this year. But I don't know if it counts as an honorable mention because the HD collection came out a long time ago.
Yeah, I guess.
I would say definitely would not fit on the main list. That's why I brought this section into being, so we could potentially talk about things like that here. But yes, Devil May Cry, very, very old game, very, very good set of games, obviously.
The HD collection though,
Such good shit.
too. So yeah, I had to make sure.
I'm good to just keep going as we get into the actual main list of things. Let's go ahead and get rid of our go away.
It's gone.
And we can go and get rid of our honorable mentions. Just go back to the games of the year. The first thing on my list, and again, after I say things, I might ask you guys what's on your list or yada yada, things like that. And we'll talk about things and we'll do things. And if any of these games are on your guys' list, I'd love to hear what you guys have to say before I really talk. But I'm pretty sure I'm the only one in this call that's played this game. I could be wrong. Could 100% definitely be wrong here. But the first thing on my list is a game that I have not played on stream. A few of these I haven't played on stream. But it is a game called Monster Train.
Oh, I did see it get released, but I never played it.
I don't know what that
Nah, I've never heard of it.
Monster Train is super fun. It is a roguelike card game, basically, that came out on Steam about 2 or 3 months ago. Monster Train is basically you get all kinds of units to protect the inner core of like this hell train because you're trying to reignite the core of hell with like hellfire. And you're having to protect against like angels and things like that who are attacking you, and you go through all the way through to the end trying to get the roguelike features going. Like you have to like power up your cards, power up your units, get them to like get more things. It kind of reminds me of Slay the Spire a bit in that respect. Like it definitely has like a Slay the Spire vibe, only train instead of Spire.
It's now horizontal, you say.
It's no longer horizontal. It's now vertical somewhat.
Wait, no, it's the other way around.
There are 3 levels of vertication.
it's the other way
around.
You both fucked it up.
No, because there is vertical. There are vertical aspects. Shut up. Anyway.
Get fucked.
It's a really fun game, and this actually beat out several games that I really thought were going to win over this game. But I've just had so much fun with it. I have fun unlocking all the content because you have to unlock the different like decks you can play as and the different like factions you can be. And once that happened, I stopped playing. But it was a very fun little trek through whenever I was doing it. Currently, on my list of games on my Steam, I have played about 15 hours of it and unlocked all of the decks. I haven't unlocked all the cards and like all the variants and stuff like that. So like there's still other things to do in it. But it's already entertained me for about 15 hours, so it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Has anyone here heard or anything about this game?
I only know that it exists. Like I found out a while ago, but that's it.
I don't really know what else to say about it. Like it's just a pretty fun
Sounds
game
fun.
where you go through like
fun
the 9 layers of hell basically. It's pretty neato. It's pretty neato. I wish I did do a stream of it, but I ended up not doing it because like other things. But it definitely was something that I feel like people would have liked if I would have given it a little bit more stuff with it. So I'm gonna put this game. I'm gonna put it like right down here to show that it is not a it's the lowest one on my ring. It's tiny little one all the way down here. And we'll make them progressively bigger.
I think you should make it at least 15% smaller.
We'll make them progressively bigger as things
And
go on.
Number one, just like cover the entire stream overlay, just all of it. Just like cover up the chat and everything.
Just cover just everything. Just we don't need other things to have here. We need to figure out other things. I would ask you guys about one of your guys' list right now, but I do feel like that was such a short one that I can get through one more without too much trouble. And I feel like other people might actually be able to talk about this one, which is pretty cool. Other people, well, unfortunately not the people who I thought would talk about it, because they are currently not here. But I do feel like this is something I would have loved to have heard Will and Jake talk about, to be fair, because both of them saw a little bit more of this. Will especially saw quite a lot about this one, more than I really did. So his take would have been really interesting. I'm stalling as I'm getting the logo, because the logo that I had does not want to go into Streamlabs. So I am
If you're here, please come back.
I'm currently looking
Where
for
is
a
he
different one.
anyway?
I'll just take this
Canadian.
one. It's fine. Whatever. It
Yeah,
has
just take the one.
a
Is
person
it because
in
it's
it, but
it's a WebMP
it
or
might
something
be
like that?
a WebB or whatever.
God,
I
I
don't know.
hate that fucking format.
So fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I understand why it exists.
I don't.
I still hate it.
It has its use in society. Doesn't mean I like it.
So,
Does it?
I would love to know what that use in society is.
Anywho, the game I'm talking about currently for my number 9 is Dragon Ball Z Kakarot.
That came out this year?
That came out this
Yeah.
year. I know,
That
right?
came out this year.
That came out
Right?
this year.
The Dragon Ball Z came out in the 80s.
Dragon Ball Z Kakarot came out this year. It was one of the games on my number 7. Particularly, I know this. It was my number 7 last year, whenever I was looking forward to in 2020. And it was good. I played it on stream once. We had a lot of fun. But I was doing other things at the time as well, so I didn't continue with it. It felt like a game that I would play much more off stream than on stream, and I knew that another game was coming out very soon, so I didn't want to get into a super long game where basically I just wanted to run around and do anything. The biggest problem I think I had with it is that I didn't want to continue playing the main plot. I just wanted to keep going around looking for all the little secrets and knickknacks and stuff. And
Could you have gone
Well,
to the moon in that game?
Here's the
to
thing,
find
there's
the
nothing
rabbit?
wrong with that. That's fun.
exactly, there's nothing wrong with it. It's
Yeah.
just that whenever I'm streaming, I don't like doing that, you know? I don't like just randomly playing through and not being productive whenever I'm going through games. I didn't want people to. Gloomsaki, thank you for the raid of 37 people. Holy crap.
Damn.
Much appreciated, my dude. Much appreciated. Hope you guys had a good stream wherever you guys were at.
Saki.
Yeah.
You play League of Legends. I just heard we got a raid, and I was like, wait, what? And then I see it's Saki. Hi, Saki.
Thank you guys very much, very much. We're talking about Dragon Ball Z Kakarot currently. I could go over to the current topic section, so we can actually
playing me, I
make
know
this to
that.
be a bigger thing here. But yeah, I didn't really want to continue playing it because of that. I didn't feel like I was being very entertaining, because all I wanted to do was fly around in circles and find all the Easter eggs, you know, and just kind of
Yeah.
grind up and do my own thing. And on the one hand, that means it wasn't a very good game for me to stream. On the other hand, though, it was a very enjoyable experience.
I've
Like,
had
for me in
people fucking
particular.
spend 17 hours watching me try and find a fucking steel bowling ball turn teal instead of regular steel.
You-
People will watch
didn't-
things if you're entertained.
Didn't you play a little bit of this, Tristan?
I did not.
I thought who was the other person that streamed it?
I know Phil did at one point.
Huh?
I know Phil did at one
Probably
It
point.
might have been that might have been why I thought it was you.
He played
Because
a fuck
literally
ton of it.
every time I think about the Majin Phil stuff, I'm just like Tristan showed me him, and then just association happens. But yes, we are talking. I don't think there's much else I can say. It was a fantastic game. There was so many Easter eggs from Dragon Ball in it, which really got me. Because I absolutely loved early Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball in particular. Dragon Ball was much more my jam than Dragon Ball Z was, but I still love Dragon Ball Z. And getting to see like stuff like launch in the game, just randomly throughout different places, getting to level up my guys. I only on stream, I think the only boss I fought was Raditz, but like even the boss fight was like okay. It was a pretty fun deal. It was a fun game.
I
Very
love
much.
the Legacy of Goku HD remake.
It was basically what this was. Let's be honest. This was Legacy of Goku remake.
With an update.
I would say there's a
play
lot
as
more. There was a
Goku.
lot more to this, but yes, it was.
I love the Legacy of Goku. Fuck you.
Dude, Legacy of Goku was
Yeah,
awesome.
it was good.
I'm lit.
Liked it.
Completely awesome.
It was like I was
Um,
there.
We talked about these two. We see that they are my number 10 and number 9. Anthony said he found a lot of games. So I'd like to see. Hey Anthony, what's a game on yours before we move on to my number 7?
It could be okay. Let's see.
Could be
Wait,
whatever,
our number
whichever one
7
you
was
want.
I want to talk about fucking Doom Eternal.
It is not on my list at all. I have it actually on my honorable mentions that we're gonna go into later, but I would love to talk about it now.
Fucking-
Rip and tear.
Fucking Doom Eternal. I love it to fucking death. It's so good. I wasn't when I first saw like the trailers and shit for it, like the live system and shit like that. I was a little like hesitant, like little weird thing. Like it feels like it adds some arcadey shit in there, but it's really good. It doesn't. It makes it better. It's so much. I can't. What am I say? I love that they cut your ammo reserves by like 70% from the fucking 2016, because it makes the chainsaw useful, and you need that fucking thing. You need that
Oh, yeah.
so bad. It recharges
God.
now. Unlike what you have none, it just gives you one blip over time. Very nice.
Can I
And
just
only
say?
then.
Can I just say, like, as someone who has also played Doom Eternal, killing, just every kill in that game feels so satisfying,
It's so
especially when you do it with your bare hands.
the Berserk power up is your best friend. I
love
think they've made it better since 2016. The Berserk animations. Most are just like fucking Falcon punch them into like non-existence. It's great.
I love it.
Every
I love it.
weapon.
Says great monkey brain game.
Yes, my neuron. Whenever I play it, neurons activate. You're right.
Return
So-
to monkey.
So
Yeah,
legit,
yes.
I have this on my honorable mentions because I didn't play it. I couldn't put it on a list. I know that I would have loved it. The first thing that comes to mind whenever I hear Doom is just playing this in my CAD class in high school. Because the teacher just let us play like whatever we wanted to on the computers.
Dico, did you enjoy the Arch File? Did you like Arch Files? Did you like being set on fire without you realizing it? Was that
Literally,
from
the
nowhere?
only Doom games I've never played are the latest two.
You need to. They're
I haven't
really
played
good.
any of the modern Doom games, and I really need to.
Oh, the
Dude.
modern ones are really. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I didn't think they were going to be good. I thought they were rehashing an old franchise just for the sake of more revenue. How fucking wrong I was,
I didn't
and I'm
buy that.
so happy I was wrong.
Yeah, I gave all my faith to because I'm like, I believe that maybe the trailers made me think that maybe they finally got it right, and they got it fucking right. It's
See,
so
I'm just happy that people liked the game because I loved the memes with it and Animal Crossing.
Yes, that's my favorite part of Doom Eternal.
So I was like, man, I hope this is a great game so that everyone is happy, and that's how the story ends. Everyone's happy. Everyone got a good game.
Yeah, it's so
And we got to see Elizabeth doing cute things to horrible monsters,
I just lo-
like
I
ripping
also-
their eyeballs out.
I also really so much love the memes where it was like this edgy, emo looking grunge dude with like one copy of Animal Crossing, and then you got the cute little Alita girl being like, Doom Eternal, please. Like, I loved that meme most of all, just seeing the different opposite
Fucking-
characters getting the opposite game.
it's great. Fucking, I can't stress enough how good everything about like the fact there's even a storyline is really weird for Doom, and it's whatever. Like it's fine enough, I guess, but that doesn't matter because every level every kill, every weapon, everything about Doom, especially the fucking music, makes it's perfect. It's I don't know why it took us so long to get the right people to do the right things in the right order. But
Sometimes
the fucking
stars take a while to align. Okay.
yeah, it took them a long. God damn it!
I'll be real.
It-
Whenever the music
oh.
pops off and I'm about to play the game, I'll wake up and I'll be like, "What am I doing? Why is the level finished?"
Just
It
happens.
Where
is-
am I? How did I get here?
Like an angel's kiss.
Ah, like an angel's kiss on the
When you
tip
get-
of your dick.
The only thing that the thing that makes
Right.
that kicks it off for me is when you finally get the Crucible, and that fucking thing changes so much. That fucking thing makes it. It's so. I'm mad that the DLC doesn't let you use it for some.
So
fucking reason.
guys, I cannot wait to actually play some sort of modern Doom game, because again, me seeing this in so many people's top 10s over the past like little bit is what made me throw this onto my honorable mentions, because I knew that I would love this game so much if I actually played it.
It's actually
But
my
I
number
didn't- I
it's
didn't
actually
get-
my number 3.
I
Yo,
didn't
can
get
you do
to
multiplayer?
No, well, there is. In Doom 2016, there's
but
quite cat style arena mode.
but we did talk about a certain thing
Mhm.
that is in fact my number 8 on my list,
Mhm.
Yeah.
which is Animal
Yeah.
Crossing.
Yeah.
And now, as quickly as I came to gush, I will sit back because I don't think I've ever really played an Animal Crossing game in my life.
You're like, I have to sit down now.
Here's
No
the
more
thing.
words.
Me neither. I thought this would be my first one, but then I remembered I don't play games. So I watched other people play it.
I played the shit out of this whenever it came out. I played it
People have told me to
literally.
get this game.
I
I just
played
never
it-
got around to it.
I played literally every day. I streamed it for like so many days straight. Like before I would do other things, I'd be like, let's check in on the island, and like we just had like an hour or so of like doing random shit on my island, getting like little outfits, messing around with like the layouts of places, learning how to crossbreed flowers to get certain freaking butterflies to show up.
Crossbreeding.
I
It seemed to be a lot of people's go-to game, especially when the pandemic was really kicking off.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
yeah,
is this is
that's-
one
yeah.
that I felt like I could not leave it off of the list at all, just because it was such a fun game for me, but it's also such a good outlet for everybody who did get to play it. In the end, I wanted to try to get to like crossbreed like a certain flower to get like a version of that flower for every color. I couldn't do it because I couldn't get green. Fucking Tristan. Anyway, I couldn't get green. But I got pink, I got purple, I got black, I got white, I got red, I got orange, I got blue. But you know, it's just a cute ass fucking game. I never could kick off that the cat that was on my island that I didn't like. I think his name was Bob. No, it wasn't Bob. I liked Bob. It was the other guy. It was the sporty one. Can't remember his name.
It's
There's a
funny how
bunch of cats.
Get off my fucking island. Anyway.
green would have been what was elusive because I was gonna joke. And I ran the joke by Tristan. He was like, "Don't say that." Where it was like, Tristan was my favorite game of the year. I enjoyed Tristan very much so. I'm
So you should
sorry.
have mentioned him before we got into the 2020 games,
I'm
because
sorry,
there
Tristan's dick was the best game of 2020.
significant update.
What do you-
If anything, he's out of date. If anything, he hasn't held up over the year.
He only holds up.
I think that you have some rose tinted nostalgia glasses going on.
I have regular glasses.
I'm just saying. I don't think that it's a very very good thing to have. But
Okay.
let's go ahead and go over to the top 10 section. I will throw Animal Crossing on there. And while I'm doing that, Squeaky, how about you mention one of your games?
So most of my games I absorbed through osmosis.
We know
I know I
that.
told you this, but
Ah, geez, what's that?
Some
What?
people
Get out
love
of here! Get out of here! BRB screen. What are you doing?
BRB screen is back.
Get out of here! Fucking get.
I have a jelly bean stuck in my tooth.
That's good to know.
Okay, so yeah, most of my games I've absorbed through osmosis, but I still tried to have a coherent list. Except I couldn't put them in any specific order too. But the ones that were like, this game was good, but it had enough issues that I was like, it really kills it. I would say Genshin Impact is one of these.
I have Genshin on a honorable mention as well. I'm definitely down to talk about Genshin.
I have not played this game. I have been tempted to get the game because free, that's a good price. But gotcha.
Gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha.
Come on, that
And
sounds like
it
it'd be
has
right up
two-
your alley.
That's the problem. Two men playing guys, and it's gotcha.
I gotcha. I getcha.
I getcha. That's how it's gotcha, bitch. But like, and there at first when I saw the roster that it was starting out with, I was like, none of these characters are really screaming out to me. It's just fucking literally the first person I saw playing Genshin Impact was Neat, and he called it Breath of the Waifus, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And it was like, this is Breath of the Wild. This is Breath of the Wild, but you're playing with girls and gotcha. But then I saw Jake playing more of it, and then I got drunk and continued to watch Jake play more of it. And it's still just Breath of the Wild with gotcha.
There's
I
a
could
lot.
be
There's a
wrong.
lot more aspects to it that I
It
feel
does
like
a lot
that
more.
here's the thing. It does a lot more, but it also does a lot less than Breath of the Wild.
Mhm.
It's. I feel like the similarities end with you can climb.
I think people just saw expansive, cell shaded open world, and now everybody's like, "Ooh, Breath
I think
of the Wild."
people saw climbing and fire, and they're like, "That's all Breath of the Wild is." And to be fair,
Oh, here's the thing,
that is all Breath of the Wild is.
Here's the thing. I can't remember the name of the other game, but it has a lot more similar mechanics to Breath of the
You're
Wild.
talking. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the Phoenix thing, right?
I don't know.
That's. I think it's like Phoenix
Hi,
something.
Will.
Oh, well.
Something.
I was gonna say Phoenix Rising, but that's that one Pokemon game. But
it
like,
it still might be, to be fair.
all I know is that like people were looking at that one, and then they also brought up Genshin, and then they were like, maybe Breath of the Wild just kind of started a new little like subgenre in like the open world MMO, like RPG kind of shit.
Hmm.
But like, again, it looks pretty. The characters look nice and interesting. I like the aesthetic. I just know that this is dangerous if I ever play it.
The best Genshin Impact moment I had was whenever we got into VR chat and you guys took on Genshin Impact characters, and I was able to watch FOMO climb in VR chat because that's all you do in Genshin Impact anyway, is watch people climb, and that's all it is. That's all Breath of the
you
Waifus
did
is.
was watch my ass and watch me shake my
You
legs
had
and
no.
disappear.
I was more meaning the fact that you could not climb to save your life.
Motherfucker.
Can I just say real fast that even though I've watched Genshin Impact, sparsely since I'm not gonna lie, I play one gacha game, and that's Fate Go.
You.
And oh yeah, no, I love it. It's awesome. If it were marketed like, if it were just, I feel like if it said like it was a gacha game, like Fate Go says it's a gacha game, I wouldn't have his issue with it. But the fact that it's also on console makes it really disgusting, because it makes it look like, without any context, people are just scrolling around like, oh, this looks like a game I might play. And then they realize too late it's a gacha game. And then they start, with the...
And the worst part is, too, it's on the worst fucking console to be on a console. Because it's
PS4?
on,
Oh,
PS4.
it's
And
the best.
no. It is not, because you cannot have any cross-platform saves on a PS4.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
If you are on mobile or if you're on PC, your data in both of those transfers over. If you're on PlayStation, PlayStation's like, no, we hate you, so you can't do that. And
the
that-
fact that it's on any console at all really disgusts me, because it only belongs, like, those kind of games only belong on mobile.
I
If you put them anywhere
don't
else,
agree, but I do understand. I
It
definitely
seems-
understand like where you're coming
it's
from. with
easy
that.
for kids to get a hold of their mom's credit card. Like, I want to buy on PS.
That's just a whole other can of worms, though. That's just a whole.
I
other
feel like
can of
it's
worms. I
easier
wouldn't
for
blame
them
the
to do it on mobile, though.
Mobile already has that problem.
Yeah.
Because mobile's just, you expect it on mobile.
Nightshade. Mobile already has this issue because there's constantly talk about legislature to police this shit. It's already a problem on mobile.
Not to mention, here's the big thing too. Not to mention Genshin Impact's on mobile.
It's also on mobile.
Yeah, no. It should only be on mobile.
I feel like
I
if
think games like that should not exist.
I don't know about that. I do like some gacha games. And again, like Nightshade said, like whenever I was into Fate Go, I was okay with it. As long as you are a consenting adult, you should be able to spend as much money on whatever you want. The only problem with
that's a thing though. Consent is one thing. Gambling addiction is another.
There's another can of worms.
I don't want to go too deep into extremely hard topics with it, but I do find it hard to
Playing the game
feel
for that.
yeah, I feel like it's not that problem. I feel like that's the problem with the person playing.
Like again,
And-
the reason I don't play Genshin Impact is because I know I'm opening up Pandora's box if I go anywhere near that fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
The guys are too pretty. It's just a very pretty game. People tell
I
me
don't.
it's fun.
I know that it is a actual hard problem that people have, but I feel like without gacha games, people would still be able to fuel their gambling addictions.
Mhm.
And that is through several other things people will throw their money at that is completely unhealthy. And I don't think it's the game's fault. I'm not going to fault Genshin Impact or Fate Go, even though I really want to, for being gacha games, because some gacha games, again, if you're a consenting adult and you understand your own limits, are fun. I think that Genshin and to an extent Fate Go, I think that Genshin is a very okay gacha game in that respect.
Yeah,
The only thing I don't like really about Genshin is it takes the Fate Go route of, hey, do you want to roll for a thing? Sure, give me $30. It isn't as bad as Fate Goes. Like it's not to that extent.
Gacha games, I know.
It's not to that extent, but it's still very much like this. Most of what I get are swords.
Yeah, I feel like that's not so much the price issue is the fact that the rolling pool is also including like items and shit. Like Fate Go has the craft essence and not the craft essence.
I feel like there's one thing I do really want to have changed. I want things like Genshin and things like that to stop being able to put any sort of free to play or free to start in any of their advertising. Because that really gives the wrong impression to people. Because it feels like
it's a gacha game.
Yeah, like just come right out and fucking say it. If like this needs to be a genre in itself, it needs to stop saying free to start or free to play. It needs to be like gotcha, just flat out. This is gotcha. You're gonna spend money on it. There's waifus. You want these high quality PNGs? Here we fucking go.
That is something we both agree on.
That's mainly what we.
The thing is,
for in Fate Go, it's mainly for the waifu.
It's something we agree on, and the problem is, they're very. I won't blame the game. I will blame higher ups. They are very manipulative. How they've been wording like microtransactions and all that kind of stuff. It's that stuff that I have major issue with. These gambling games should be rated M. They should not have to. It should not take research to figure out what the mechanisms are.
Yeah, like even though like I'm not all that into gambling, doesn't mean like that doesn't apply across the board. It's because it's gambling, and gamblers will find something for it.
It even comes to thing like if we're really gonna say like what's the best gacha game, like go and play Hentai Heroes. So
You're gonna go play Pokemon Masters.
But yeah,
Ends out. Don't let that game near me.
gambling games are allowed to be. I believe I should rephrase what I was saying earlier. I believe gambling games should be gambling games, but they should be labeled as such.
Well, here's the thing, and this is my slight hot take, and that's pretty much where I'm going to end it.
I have
It
leaned
is
back.
You don't have the game. It's just they like again, like free to play and free to start. There is still some truth in that. You don't have to play the game to.
No.
You
The
don't
fact that there is some truth is the problem. It is called some truth for a reason.
yeah.
Like that's the main problem is people are using that to get more customers in. They're like, "Oh, you can go through the entire game without spending a dime." Yes.
Like the biggest problem is there are adults that are consenting adults that try to avoid gambling because they know they have a gambling addiction, and unfortunately, those adults have a hard time escaping it. Like
I feel like at this point we are spinning our wheels.
Going off
yeah.
topic.
We've gone slightly off topic. And you weren't here before, Will, but I do want to make sure that we keep this as a somewhat of a positive stream because 2020 has been very much negative as it is. But I do agree that things need to change as far as gacha games are concerned. Flat out say you're a gacha game. Use the term gacha. I don't care if like you use gambling or gacha. Just stop using free. Stop giving people the wrong impression, especially because those kind of things are made to draw people in like kids. You
Well,
know?
here's the thing, though, too.
Well, I'm trying to end this. I've been
know,
trying to end it for the
I know.
past 5 minutes.
Okay, I was gonna just say one more thing.
Oh
before
my
we get
god,
to
go
the
ahead.
board. It says in-app purchases. That's it.
Fuck it.
it.
No, that's not what we're done. Don't even worry about that. Anyway, with all that being said,
It's a game with waifus in it.
I'm trying to end this so
That's
hard.
the end of it. That's the end of it. I have no.
That's not moving on. Let's
Paper
move
Mario the Origami King.
Oh, that's Ubisoft.
Paper Mario the Origami King.
People have a bunch of that, yeah.
It
We're
looks
very
very
amused
nice.
by all the fucking toads who kept murdering senselessly the whole time.
Paper Mario the Origami King.
But
Yeah,
actually,
we're talking about it. Come on.
Paper,
actually,
Paper Mario the Origami King.
Talk about Paper Murphy.
Will,
So
don't,
let's-
don't.
before we get to Paper Mario, Fomo mentioned to me earlier that you wanted my take on Kakarot.
It would have been really fun to have. We're trying to move further into this now, though. So
We're on Paper Murphy.
also
now,
put
Will.
on some
Paper Murphy.
freaking headphones.
Paper Murphy.
But yeah, definitely when we get around to it again, Will, I'd love to talk about it. We've just started this conversation though. But Paper Mario the Origami King, this is gonna be my number 7. I've had a hard time putting this one as low as it is because I really did have a lot of fun with this game. But I didn't feel the need to play it outside of streaming, which is the big kind of factor that I had with it. It was very much a very fun stream game. I was streaming it and all the things that like came out of nowhere, like the fact that I save a toad from a watery grave only
And then you
to
kill him.
see it floating down
And then you kill
into the
him?
abyss.
And then you fucking kill them?
It's just like, thank you, Mario! And then he's just floating away until he fucking dies.
They all
It is
float
very
down here,
And it was
Georgie.
super funny because later on you can kind of assume that the one you find in the one you find in the fountain is that toad, but it doesn't specifically say it. So there's just a chance that it's dead. There's just a chance that some of these toads just fucking die, and I loved it so much.
You say that, but there wasn't like a Shy Guy that just exploded. Just fucking dropped like in glitter, like Doom Eternal levels of just like rip and tear.
Nobody cares about Shy Guys. They're not real.
He's shy, and he's a guy. Why can't he have rights? Because he's not a mushroom.
I don't know why, but all I heard when you said no one cares about shh, I was like, no one cares about shut it. Moving.
Shudder was the best game
Shudder
of
Shy Guy
2020.
confirmed.
Shudder was the best game of
was the best
2020.
game of 2020.
But yes, this was really fun to play. It was very fun to play with people watching, especially because I feel like on a couch or on a stream with more people to share in those experiences, it makes it funnier. But every time I would turn off the Origami King, I never felt like I wanted to know more. You know what I mean?
Never compelled to play it.
I was not compelled to play it again, exactly. And again, it might have been because around this time we were doing this, I got the coronavirus. That might have been a big factor in it. Is that I was out for like a long time. My voice was killing me, especially trying to play Toads. Thank you, Mario. Anyway, but I never got to get any further than I was, and I'd love to maybe keep going with it at some point if people still want me to finish it. But very fun stream game. Not really compelled to play it in my free time. Do you guys have any other things to say about it?
I've never played it, so no.
I heard that I had heard that it was pretty good, but that like because like didn't the other Paper Marios, weren't they all like really like funny and quirky and had like a bit of like dark humor in it, laced with all that like peppy happy like
A toad died, Squeaky.
Yeah, that's this game. You're explaining this game.
I don't know.
It's better than the previous like that have come up recently.
I heard it was good, but that was like it. So I don't know, but it looked good.
Mm-hmm. It was really good looking.
That's it though. I didn't hear much about this game, which is weird because when usually a Murphy game comes out, you hear a lot about them.
Thing is, Squeaky, the reason people are saying it's good, and that's a big deal, is because Paper Mario has a bit of a history, especially involving interviews and that, and some of the limitations they've been putting upon themselves that people aren't too happy with. So the fact this turned out good, despite the limitations they had that were in the notorious Paper Mario games, shows that they do care. They're trying their best to make these games good, but it is clear that there are aspects that we wish they could have.
I'm gonna have to move Tekken Monster Train up over over the Dragon Ball Z Kakarot one, just so that people can see the M in Monster Train.
Monster Train's already getting obscured, man. It was a top 10 and still getting completely destroyed.
I have everything ready for the next game I want to talk about. However, before we move on into the next games, I would actually like to talk to Will, because I was the only one really talking when Kakarot got brought up. I would like to talk to Will about Kakarot, because Kakarot was one of the games that I felt like if I played more of it, it would be much higher on my list.
Unfortunately, I agree. I say unfortunately because from what I've been hearing, the DLC unfortunately doesn't add much.
Wait a minute, hold on, Din! Happy New Year. People on the other side of the pond, Happy New Year. 6 hours ahead of us, so you guys just had the ball happen. Everybody over on the other big freaking rock in the ocean. Nice New Year. You guys have made it. You've got to the end. We're still having problems back here. We're still back in the past inside of this era. So,
but yeah, as for Kakarot itself, I really enjoyed it. It's a really good Dragon Ball game, and I hope the genre of Dragon Ball game evolves. This was actually a Dragon Ball game that was made by some of my favorite ones, or started with American Dragon Ball Z games, the Legacy of Goku series.
We mentioned Legacy of Goku as well whenever we were talking about this.
Legacy of Goku HD.
I wouldn't say it's just that. It is far better than Legacy of Goku.
They added so much. I love the fact that we could find little scenes from Dragon Ball. Like, we got to see, like, little Krillin and little Goku hanging out, like, in a little Polaroid.
Yeah, here's the biggest difference between Legacy of Goku and Kakarot. Legacy of Goku, despite being narrative, despite being RPG, was terrible in dialogue, was terrible in introducing concepts. It didn't have story structure. Like, I was playing it recently, and there's literally a section, like during the Great Saiyaman stuff, where you're about to fight a dinosaur and all that, and then Cooler randomly appears going, "Hey guys, what's up? I'll deal with you later," flies away. And I'm like, huh, so this is what rose-colored lenses feel like. Because usually when people like say rose-colored lenses, I'm like, I usually enjoy the stuff I liked in my past, like Ocarina of Time, Banjo-Kazooie, and then I play that, I'm like, oh.
The big thing I wanted to talk to you about as well, because I know that you've actually beat Kakarot, right?
Oh yeah.
You were disappointed with the end, from what I remember.
Yes, because in the beginning,
I don't know much about it, so I'm not going to say don't spoil me. It's been out for almost a year. But with giving as little spoilers as possible, what was the disappointing thing at the end?
The disappointing thing was it was clear it needed more time. After a certain point in the game, if I recall, it was probably after Cell, but it might have been before Cell. Around that area, no, it was in the middle, I'd say. Either way, you started to feel like, oh, the random encounters are becoming more annoying. The plot itself is starting to feel less integrated. Things started to feel
like Spider-Man.
Really, sure. Started to feel like it needed some more time. Like, it was clear there was sort of an open world aspect they were going for. In fact, I did go up to the area where Grandpa Gohan would be, and I was actually kind of wandering around there, and I noticed the walking speed would have been perfect for that to be the tutorial area. It was clear there was probably going to be a Dragon Ball section, and this was going to be more about exploring the world, and they cut it.
It would have been so cool to have a Dragon Ball section.
It was kind of clear to me they were cutting stuff with reused assets and all that kind of stuff. And once you get to the Boo saga, it's like, okay, yeah, this wasn't meant to just be Z, because the Boo section... Though they hinted that there was going to be more with the Great Saiyaman stuff and all that, they didn't really go for it. And it was clear they were kind of rushing through the plot points at that point. And I wish there was more. I wish there was more Gohan being himself as the Great Saiyaman, because, hot take, I actually like the idea of Great Saiyaman.
I don't think that's a hot take. Great Saiyaman's great. It's in his name.
People were like, "Oh, this is what the Great Gohan became," and I'm like,
"Fuck that! Great Saiyaman's fucking hype.
He's fun. It's just I wish there was more. I wish it was Gohan became the main character. Goddamn.
That's a whole different topic. But yeah, that was the original intention.
With all that being said, though, now that we've talked a little bit more about Kakarot.
One last thing about Kakarot, though.
Go for it.
I did enjoy it. I feel if they do Dragon Ball Kakarot, like a thing like Kakarot again, they should remove the leveling system, make it about gradually gaining your abilities, and have it more open world.
So we need a sequel that's just Dragon Ball and just be like Dragon Ball Goku.
Yeah.
Just give us a Dragon Ball story.
Yeah.
Leave out the Z, and then we'll have Dragon Ball, and then we'll have Dragon Ball Super go Kakarot. Anyway,
well, they did add Dragon Ball Super stuff apparently, but it was just
yeah.
What I want is, so I want to see some. I actually kind of want to see some GT stuff because there's some stuff in GT I like.
GT,
good stuff.
Not. Here's the thing: a lot of people say GT is terrible. Not everything in GT was terrible.
Not everything.
No, I love the concept of going into space and exploring because that was obviously the next step anyway. But Kid Goku was one step, and the actual exploring was episodic.
my least favorite part of GT was the first part of GT, which is literally them going.
The one part where I'm
through-
like, that's a good concept. That should be explored more. But unfortunately, they didn't know how to implement it.
So
Nope.
my
Anyway, moving
next
on, I guess.
game on the list is not something I believe anybody else here can really talk about. But it was a game that I streamed, so maybe the chat can talk about it a little bit. I don't think any of you guys at all play. You know what? I'm gonna check on Steam. Did any of you guys at all have
Even
this
own the game.
I'm gonna go check. I could just ask you guys, but that would be so easy. Where are you at? God, I haven't played you in so long. I have 0 friends who have this game.
I think it's a very popular pick.
Good sign.
Yeah, great sign. Very popular
So,
pick.
the game that is over Paper Mario: The Origami King for me
Yeah.
Oh no.
is
That is
Magical
it.
Diary Wolf Hall.
What words did you just say?
Oh,
0 players.
Magical Diary had a sequel?
Yes, Magical Diary had a sequel, and it's where you could go through the Magical Diary storyline as a boy in Wolf Hall, and it had a bunch of new characters in it, and it had a bunch of different things happen in it, and it was super fun. And I tried to go through the entire thing playing as Donovan.
Is that why Magical Diary got renamed to Horse Hall?
Yes, that one's Horse Hall, this one's Wolf Hall. Yes.
I can't wait for
Damn, this looks
Griffin
like
Hall.
the
Listen.
title looks like it came out of Microsoft Paint.
Well, it's very low. It's very low poly. I couldn't actually find a clean logo very well. I had to find a very small one. But it was very fun. Magical Diary, for those of you in the chat who don't know, it is a dating sim about kind of American Hogwarts-esque kind of thing. Not really, but that's obviously where the influences come from. Basically it's going through like a year. You're supposed to like find out the mysteries of the school, and I never got to beat it, but I did beat Horse Hall, so I kind of knew where the story was kind of gonna go, like a little bit ahead of time. But in this one, you were a guy, and I think that was really good, because then I could smooch all the cute girls and feel like it was me smooching them instead of like the female persona me smooching them. And because most of the I love Otome games. I love them. They're really fun. But I prefer just regular dating sims where I can have the choice to smooch whatever I want. But you know, all my love interests from the first game were already still in there anyway. So if I wanted to, I could probably smooch Damien again. He's a blue boy. He's a demon. I got in trouble for smooching him in the game before, and they're like, "Get out of Horse Hall. You're going to Snake Hall." And I'm like, "Fuck you! I want to Snake Hall anyway."
That's what I went on the whole time. I played you right into my little baby hands.
It was super fun. It's a super fun game. Again, I got to try to play through as Donovan, which was so fun because I was like, what would Donovan do in this situation? And
I'm gonna yell at Watt and run away.
basically. But it was a super fun game, and I want to complete it. I want to complete Wolf Hall because I was looking forward to it for so long, and it came out and it was super fun. They updated some of the things in it. A lot of the models are updated as well, so like, you know, they look a lot cuter. It's pretty good. Happy New Year from Italy. Happy New Year, my boy from Italy.
Italy boy.
But yeah, it's very neat. You need to find it on Steam. It's not amazingly expensive either. Like if I go to Steam right now, it is currently on sale for 25% off. It's $18 right now. You guys can go and get it. It's really cool. You get to customize your character in the beginning too, which is neato. Not like extensively. We're not going like Cyberpunk 2077 like levels of like customization.
Yeah.
But you can like put different hairstyles and choose your skin color. So that's more than a lot of games with customization let you do. But yeah, very fun game. I would recommend. It is my It is my number 6, I believe. Yes, it is my number 6 on here. But I knew you guys probably wouldn't have a lot to say about it. I didn't. I expected Jake to have it. I'm not gonna lie. Like whenever I looked and saw nobody had it, I'm like, really?
Damn.
I expected Jake to have it.
I probably would have had it, but
I did
love
not
this one.
expect you like that. I did not expect you to like. As soon as you're like, is that why this happened? I'm like, Will's fucking played Magical Diary.
The thing is, I have Magical Diary and I'm into Magical Diary, but visual novels are hard for me to start because I know as soon as I start, there goes the entire day.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's very,
But
very true.
That's been happening again. I've been reading Lore Olympus. There goes my entire night.
Continuing up. I have 2 games in my next little section. Mostly because I have some mixed feelings about both of them. And this is really weird. Like, I know that I should have put them like in their own spots, but I really also want to talk about Monster Train. But also,
you needed Monster Train.
but also, out of everything on the list, these 2 are the weirdest for me to put down. So I'm gonna talk about them in order, where I have them on my list. And the first one is actually Monster Prom 2 Monster Camp.
Huh.
I have some issues.
Some feelings.
I have some
Some hot
feelings.
takes.
These are games I have never ever heard of.
Have you heard of Monster Prom?
Never.
We have to play Monster Prom anyway.
Well, now we have something to do.
Now we have something to do later.
It's a dating sim visual novel, Nightshade.
I'm interested in your hot takes.
Okay, so the game is fine. It's perfectly fine. And they've been putting out some steady updates to, like, you know, fix some of my qualms. Like at first I was upset they didn't have some of the features that they promised in the game, but then I went back and like looked in. It's like they didn't have some of those features in the original game right off the bat either. So it made some sense, and they have done really good with keeping up keeping everybody up to date with some things. And there's not a lot to really complain about in that respect. The only problem that I have is that I think that they are trying. I could be completely wrong. I've sent questions to them about this and haven't got any answers. First off, their Discord is so crazy because I only get answers from other users. I never actually even get answers from their mods whenever I try to ask anything. I guess just knowing that our mods are really good for stuff like that make me go like, these might not be as good a mods as we have on our Discord. Our Discord link below. Anyway,
we don't have as large a community as that one.
It's very true, but I would expect that I would wouldn't be sitting in a help section for over 2 weeks without any interaction.
Oh, yeah, that's a shitty map.
Like an EA Help Center. Great.
But one of the things that gets me kind of iffy is their Kickstarter. Whenever I have backed the Kickstarter for Monster Camp, I backed this several years ago. For Monster Prom 2, which is what it was called back then, they had promised that Monster Camp was going to be basically just as big as Monster Prom. That was going to be the kind of baseline. It was like that Monster Camp version, that's the Monster Prom game. And they took away one of the stats, which is kind of weird. They don't have really a shop in the thing, which is kind of weird. And a lot of the interactions are predictable in the worst ways, but also some things just don't make any sense. Like some things that like apparently take smarts, like look like they should take guts of all things, you know? And like, I've also looked into the mechanics as well. They've added a thing where you could actually look and see what their mechanics are like. And I was correct in the last Monster Camp video that I put out about the mechanics, by the way, whoever had said that before. Anyway, And
That's
now
what
I
we're
have the
really
actual
drunk
mechanics
out.
in the game to show people that I anyway. But
The one we were drunk on.
yes.
Okay. That was Crimson.
But the big thing I'm worried about is they've changed the rewards on Backer Kit. Originally, Monster Camp was supposed to be a third of the game. You were also supposed to get Monster Resort and Road Trip or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And on the Kickstarter, it still says that we are going to be getting those, but they're also talking like those are going to be completely new games. And on the Backer Kit, they no longer say we get Monster Prom 2, they say we get Monster Camp.
Yeah.
And that is the biggest thing I'm worried about right now. And I haven't
Yeah.
gotten people to. I've asked several times, and again, as somebody who's like part of the apparently quote unquote inner circle, I would expect I would get an answer. But
Quote unquote inner circle.
quote
I
unquote
think.
inner circle because that's what they give you for giving them $80. I got 80 pounds actually. I don't remember how much. Anyway,
Money.
Money.
but I haven't gotten the answers, and I'm worried. I feel like that's going to be something that if it does happen, not a lot of people are going to care about, but I'm going to care about it. Like I was promised these 3 games as one thing, and they were supposed to come out in like all this year, and now it looks like those 2 are going to come out in a completely different time. And they may not be included in the original Kickstarter thing, so I might have to buy them again, which I can do and I will do because I love the series, but it's still kind of weird that they're doing that, right? Like I'm not the only one that thinks it's kind of
I
potentially shady.
I can see it being a case of they got over ambitious.
If that is the case, I just wish they would say it.
As I think
Yeah.
of like it seems shady because they're not being transparent about it. There's something they're
Yeah.
not saying, and
Could you say
when it
Neander
comes
Dev?
when it oh, no
No.
I-
No, not at all.
Not
no.
at all.
I wouldn't say that because
Not even
Yandere
close.
Dev is getting money in collaborations for his game that isn't even 10% finished because even he says it's not even 10% finished. Monster Prom and Monster Camp in this aspect is that again, it's a Kickstarter game, which already for me at least from what I've seen is a little bit of a shakier ground, but they've shown that they can deliver and deliver a good quality product that you can come back to.
It's
So-
still a great game. Like
Yeah, it's still a
Monster
great
Camp
game, but
especially,
it's-
like it has some weird mechanics in it. It's missing a couple of things that Monster Prom has that I was really looking into, and the mechanics are somewhat weird as far as like what stat goes associated with what, but
Mhm.
it is still a fantastic game.
Mhm.
I love it. A lot of people love watching it. I need to play it more because it gets the most views of anything on our channel. And I mention that literally every
sucks.
time. I mention that literally every time I put it on a list like this. But yeah, this just a couple of grievances I've had. But I put that on the same level as another game that I'm having. That it's almost the exact opposite problem. I'm not having a lot of grievances with this, but a lot of other people are, and from what I can tell, for very good reason. In certain aspects, a lot of people are having some things, and that's why I wanted to kind of put both these together. But the other one that I would like to talk about in the same kind of vein, in the same kind of level, is something that I've had quite a lot of fun with, but also I've played it on PC with a decent PC, so I've not ran into any problems. Cyberpunk.
It's on this. This one's on my list. I actually.
Cyberpunk was never released for the PS4. It was
Hyperscan
propaganda.
2077.
It was never released for the PS4. It's propaganda. Wow.
Again, if people have grievances with this, it is entirely valid.
Sorry, that was my skip the dishes.
If people have grievances with this, it is entirely valid. 100% valid. I've seen some of the crazy things that happen on console. I have a really good PC, and I've not had any problems with a lot of stuttering, with a lot of different things like that. I've seen some glitches, but none of them have been humongously game breaking, except for one. There was a time where I jumped toward a building and fell through the world, which was pretty interesting, but it was more funny than anything.
PC.
But I loved it. I love it so far. Like it is so fun. I'm getting a lot of enjoyment out of it, and I've not even really gotten past the first section of the game. I need to
That's the right
actually
one.
now that they fixed the epilepsy thing. I would love to actually stream this game at some point. Just because I haven't got past Act 1. Like I've gotten like just past Act 1. And I haven't continued at all beyond that. I would love to start over again, play through Act 1 with people, and then finally get to see what goes on in Act 2. But it is super fun. It is an actual like I have no complaints, and I know a lot of people do, and they're all valid from what I've seen. But I wanted to throw this with Monster Prom because I've had problems with one game that I doubt anybody else is having problems with, and I'm not having problems with another game, and I'm pretty sure everybody else is having problems. So like they kind of like had like a duality to them, you know?
CG mentions that apparently some of the songs, their copyright song protection doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I usually just don't even
Hey,
have the songs on.
Something else in common with Monster Prom.
Oh, they actually have. Okay, so Monster Prom actually tried to fix this, but they listen to this. This is some fucking stupid shit. They said that they fixed the copyright issue, right? And they have a new thing on the Monster Camp thing that says, you know, to make it streamer friendly, right? It doesn't change the game. It doesn't change the song that I get copyrighted for. It changes a different song.
Amazing.
It changes a different song that I don't get copyrighted for.
Are you getting copyrighted for this song or the
God
song that plays
damn.
for 4 minutes?
I hate copyright apocalypse. It fucking sucks, man.
It's fucking crazy. Don't listen to radio in your car and you're Gucci. Exactly. I don't listen to the radio anyway because I feel like it's just kind of dumb. In Cyberpunk. It's almost the same thing in like I didn't get to talk about this or play it like a lot, but Watchdog Legions came out this year, and I also just immediately turned off the radio in that as well. I didn't put it anywhere on my list because I didn't get to play too much of it, and I wanted to. I bought the game for PS5, and I haven't got a PS5 yet. But it came with the PS4 version, so I got to play a little bit there. But I feel like I want to play it for PS5, so I'm just gonna wait till next year to play it.
Fine.
Is the PS5 back in stock anywhere?
No, it's not. It's not supposed to be until Q1.
That's funny.
They
But
can't find them. They can't find them.
they basically had said that though. That's not something that I'm mad at. They said that back in November that we're probably not going to get anything until like next year. Which sucks, obviously, but I want them. The one I'm mad at is the fact that I should have got one, but then they canceled my pre-order. But
They
that's
said,
not
"No, you
that's
don't
not
get it
Sony's
anymore."
fault. That's Best Buy's fault.
Well, it's Best Buy.
But yeah, it's a really fun game. I wanna stream it because I feel like if I stream this game, I'll actually have more of a reason to keep playing it. I played a lot of it like a week or so ago whenever I was like playing, I think with Aaron and Emerald, and having people watch me was super was a big motivator to me because like obviously I stream a lot of games, and I like streaming to people, so I play more games when I'm streaming to people. Other than that, I just play TFT all day. So Kiana did such a good job in this game. Hello, can you wake up and pet my Vulpix?
Wait. Would TFT be considered a 2020 title?
I again with my rules, which is major updates, yes, it should be with my rules, but I didn't put it on a 2020 list. But it
Then would
should
win
be.
every year.
It'll be. Here's the thing. I'm probably gonna talk about it every year anyway. But yeah, that's why those two games on the same thing. So we're gonna get a top 11, I guess this year, whatever. But yeah, Cyberpunk's fun. It's a fun game. While we're here in the middle of the list, does anybody have any other games they want to talk about before we move on to my next one?
Yeah,
I'll take
sure.
her.
I'd like to.
What's going on, Nice Shay? What's a game you have?
Okay.
So I have two, but I'll mention this one first. Spider-Man Miles Morales.
I didn't put
It's-
that on here because I knew I could have played it. I knew I could have played it, but I actively did not because I want to play it for PS5. I actually own the PS5 version. I have
And
it in.
Squeaky,
And you have
it-
no PS.
and Squeaky, I did hear you, but
is-
I think Nightshade overpowered your voice.
Oh, did
Yeah.
Squeaky say something?
I
Yep.
said Helltaker.
Oh, okay. We can talk about that in a second too.
Yep.
But yeah, talk about Miles Morales, my dude. I'll go grab the logo.
So quite a bit of things changed for this one. Yes, this one is a shorter game than the original Spider-Man because the original Spider-Man was 25 hours, and
Oh, also before too long, just try not to say too many spoilery things about it as well.
okay.
Because I am
Um,
gonna play that like literally immediately as soon as I am able to. Keep going.
Okay. All right. I'll only say things that people have seen from the trailers and
Yes,
the
that's
first
perfectly fine. That's perfectly
first-
fine.
10 minutes of the game. I think,
Go ahead. That's fine.
Yeah, because it's nothing spoilery. It's basically taking off from the last game. So this game is, it's shorter. It's about 13 hours. But they fit so much into 13 hours. It is a bit rushed, but I'm fine with that. So if you don't know,
Fucking
Miles
Webby.
Morales takes place where the first game left off, where where Miles Morales got his powers. I'm not gonna say spoiler alert because fuck you.
Did you know that Miles
Uh,
Morales got the power?
Miles Morales is Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Major spoilers.
I don't say spoiler warning. But we already know I'm not gonna go past too long. So let's see. They're escorting a prisoner, and they got to make sure he gets to back to the raft. And things happen. He gets loose, and we basically get to reintroduce ourselves to the controls. And all of the animations for this one have changed dramatically because Miles is a greenhorn. He swings rather erratically.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really nice and refreshing, and in comparison to like Peter Parker just swings he goes, he's just flipping, he's just like professional about it, he's nice about
Skipping and flipping and dipping and skipping and flipping.
it. Yeah. And the animations have changed. The stealth sections are so much better because his his powers.
Mhm.
If you've seen the Into the Spider-Verse movie, then you already know. Turns invisible, has electric punches.
Shocky
Those are the
man.
only two. Yeah. And they flow really well into the new combat system. There are less gadgets, which is a bit of a disappointment, but it's a 13-hour game, so it's acceptable. And I feel like this is a precursor, like a palette, wet.
A
the
lot of
palette
people
for
a
the
lot of people
new
don't like
game.
it whenever they hear like 13-hour game. But then they don't realize that, especially with open world games like the Spider-Man games, like you can get much more out of that if you really wanted
Yeah,
to.
I got like 18 hours, 20 hours
Yeah.
out of it.
And like people are expecting games to be like freaking, I know at some point somebody said like
Like a
for-
fucking Bible.
I know at one point somebody, like, this is years ago, but I know at some point somebody's like, buy a game for every, like, $1 for every hour the game's supposed to have, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Damn, that's
Like, you're
Hey,
gonna
go
buy a
pro.
60-hour game and spec 60 fucking, I don't even fucking, what?
dude. I have like 400 hours on some games. That's 400.
Dude, do you know how many hours I have in Terraria? How
Yeah,
much I would have had to
and-
give them?
To add on to that, us expecting these long ass games is actually kind of damaging
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
because that means more expensive games, and they can justify like, oh, the $70 price point, which is bullshit. Continue.
Oh yeah. The suits. So I'm assuming they're gonna add DLC because that's what the first Spider-Man did. So I'm holding out hope for a new DLC. The suits in this one are fantastic. Not a single one I've I've unlocked, I've had any gripes with or thought I'll never use this suit, because the other one's like, you know, I'm not gonna wear the paper bag Spider-Man head because it looks stupid. Fantastic Four, great. I don't like Fantastic Four anyway. Look at their track record in movies. But character growth is great. The stealth missions in here are not bad. Unlike the first one, which were all terrible. This one is just, you know, Miles Morales doing his thing, being stealthy. That's how I played a good amount of the game, because I didn't want to get swarmed by like a bunch of, you know, bad guys and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much easier. Another thing they fixed, and it's something I'm really happy about. When you swing and you hit the wall, you don't just hit it now. Like if you're, you know, you'll what do you call it? You'll bounce off of it.
Huh.
Like, you know, if you it's kind of like, you know, oh, I'm not paying attention. You're just like, oh, and you just like off the side, which is really nice.
I
I'm
saw
really
some of the
happy about
swing.
that.
I saw some of the swinging at one point, and he does kind of do it basically just like we saw in Spider-Verse, which is pretty cool. Like his kind of more jerky movements, which is pretty neato. And again,
Spider-Verse suit is a very fun suit to unlock.
we're gonna get more in. I'm gonna hopefully see more of that whenever I do eventually get a
Yeah.
PS5, because I have the game and I really want to play it. But
Yeah,
we'll have
it's
to
a
see.
Totally recommended. PS4 or PS5. I totally recommend it.
And we're gonna be talking about Helltaker now.
Fucking love that game.
I have no idea anything about this except that people really want to loot like Cerberus.
I mean, it wasn't like the whole thing.
That's
point of-
that's
the point
that's
of
kind
the
of
point
all
of
I
the
know about this game, is that people loot Cerberus.
Yeah, the reason the game seems to exist was because the guy who made the game had a thing for girls in like sharply dressed girls in suits, but there wasn't enough of that.
So he made it. Good for him.
So he made the game and he gave a prayer to God.
So
And
basically,
man,
this
it
game
blew
is
up,
just
now he's got all the porn he could ever ask for. The man's a genius.
The man has fucking free 5G brain.
Apparently, it takes only an hour to
So,
play.
I have
That's
a
an hour
question.
more than I have.
I have a
but-
question.
What?
Mhm.
So what is the game?
It is a puzzle game.
Okay. So-
Apparently you can play the whole game in an hour. The point of the game is that this dude wakes up one day and he's like, I want a harem of demon girls. And he goes to hell to do that. The end.
Cool. Okay, I guess I'll play it.
Now you're convinced.
Now I'm convinced. This is a man after my own heart. I mean, we obviously.
You want a man with drive in his heart.
That's why I
Demon
gave
girl
Blue Harem Pro Tag hair.
Pancakes. He just wants. Well, here's the thing. He doesn't have harem pro tag hair.
No, I'm just.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about him.
Most harem pro tags don't have harem pro tag hair anymore. It's an outdated concept.
I don't think it's outdated. I think everybody should have it. Here's the
Not
thing.
even hentai
Here's the
pro tags
thing.
have that hairstyle anymore.
Here's the thing, though. All the most powerful hentai pro tags have the hair.
Unless they're evil.
Sometimes even the evil ones have it pretty well.
Yeah, no, he's a
What
he's
is he
big-
makes some pancakes,
guy.
and the pancake recipe is online now too. So
Oh,
I
hell
might want
yeah.
to make that one day. They're just crepes.
Hell yeah.
So they're not pancakes.
They're thin pancakes. It
Crepes
counts.
are just really, really thin pancakes.
All
And
right.
waffles are square pancakes. Get off my dick. What's
They're honeycomb pancakes.
So it looks like
Isn't that a waffle?
Waffles don't have to be square.
Isn't the honeycomb pattern more the? I don't
No,
know.
it's a pentagon.
I don't like this conversation. anymore.
So let's go ahead and move on.
I
Yep.
I do have games from 2020, surprisingly.
Well, we just talked about two games that were not on the list. We're gonna go back to the list real quick,
Okay.
and then we'll go back into some other ones. Don't you worry, because now we're getting into some hot games. Now we getting into the top four on my list. We getting into
Oh,
some,
damn.
into some
Oh, I can't wait for
hot
Knack
games.
2.
Because we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Technically, we have 7 here. You know, whatever.
It's fine. Don't worry about
But
it.
we're getting into the top 4,
One,
my
two,
dudes.
three,
And
4, 5, 6,
honestly, I'm surprised this game is so low. Because this game, if I put more time into it, and I haven't yet, and that's the big problem, because I've been so fucking stressed out the past like couple of months that I've just not been playing games. But if I put more time in this game, it would be my number 1. Hands down, if I played this a little bit more, it would be the number 1 game of the year for me. But the other ones I put a little bit more time into and have surprised me a bit more and have given me that smiley thing, and I'm at the point right now where I'm stalling because again the WebP thing has happened and I'm super fucking pissed. And I want to kill someone while I'm waiting to not have the WebP thing go and okay, all right, I got it. But that is Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity.
Never played it.
I feel like
I've been wanting to.
if I had more time with this game, I would legit. This would be the number 1 by a large margin. I played the demo when it came out. I played it basically nonstop to the point where when the actual game came out, I think I was already kind of sick of the game for a bit.
You burnt yourself out
On the demo.
I burnt myself out on the demo. I played the demo so fucking much. And then when the actual game came out, I'm like, all right, I need to just do the story missions. And then then that just stopped. I didn't just do the story missions. I did all the other ones before going into those streams. I'm like, okay, I need to stop doing this. I need to just do the story missions so I can get through. And then
And you did a very good job.
it was hard. And then
You did a
again,
very good
all throughout November, I've just been so stressed out because of a certain thing behind me, to where if I have anything louder than a fart, then I get
And the
assaulted
fucking
by
alarms
dogs.
start flaring off.
But literally it got to it I know just because of how much I put into the original Hyrule Warriors, I know that I would fuck this game is so fucking good. And it improved the original, like as far as gameplay is concerned, it feels a lot better. I went back and played the original a little bit just to get like the feel of both of them, and it feels so much better. The shield surfing is so fucking fun. And the weapons, just being able to have like the different weapons, and you have different weapons in the other one as well, and whatever. But the big swords for Link just feel so much better. I had so much fun. This is such a fun game. I cannot wait to actually finish it. And I've been staying away from so much because of it, because I know that this game's gonna have such a twist. I know it. It's been leading up to a twist, and it's gonna be so good. And I want to play it right now. Can we just stop?
No more stream. No more.
Can we stop right now? Can we just play it? Can we just keep playing more Hyrule Warriors? I just want to do that now.
What's stopping you?
The stream. You know what? Actually, the stream doesn't have to stop me. It's a fucking Switch. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep talking about whatever then.
And then we never
So
saw it
about
again,
the
boys.
economy.
Not a great game.
No, I have to update.
So let's talk more about how gacha games lead to gambling addictions.
Okay,
Well,
never mind. I'm back. All right, so
In 2 weeks, we will have TFT set 4.5.
that is very true. Talk about that later.
That's what this ends. There's no more.
Anybody else have any thoughts on Age of Calamity?
I don't have a
Soon I'll
Switch,
play
so-
it, and then I'll have an opinion.
Oh, well, if you didn't have it, you could have told me. I didn't have to send you the 100 caltrops. Could have sent you that.
That's like some fucking Sphinx's riddle kind of shit. It's like, if you have told me the secret option, you could have got it. So you have 100 count tests in
And
your
now
house.
you can't.
This is like Kid Nation, where it's like, does anyone want to leave? Okay, so here's.
So here's
Now that little
$20,000.
pussy's gone.
Hold on, I'm getting some of the good jelly beans.
for.
There we go.
Okay, I'll pass you the jelly
Put
beans.
that,
Hold
just
on.
put that right, just put that right there. Move this over a little bit. Perfect. Everything's great. It's wonderful. Look at all the time. We can go back up. We can go back up here. We can talk about some other things. You got what was the next game somebody said they want to talk about?
Oh yeah, Destroy All Humans. The remake.
Did they change it enough, or was it just a port?
It was an HD port.
So yeah, I don't count that.
Okay, then how about
We were talking because
only-
we had talked about the ZX collection as well as the Pikmin 3 like port, and it's like those are great. But you know I can't really consider just ports
okay?
games.
Phasmophobia.
Phasmophobia
Yeah,
is so good.
It is a very good game.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Did you check out the prison?
I played it in VR with I believe let me go see who all was there.
You're not even sure anymore.
Well, I want to make sure because I don't remember the fourth person and I feel really bad, but I also don't think I know them, so who cares?
So they're not real anyway.
They're not even real. Let's be honest. Yeah, it was Sid,
really
it was Sid and
destroyed.
Sugar and somebody else. I don't remember the other person. I'm really sorry.
Damn.
It was their friend. But I was in VR and literally the first thing they did, they were all so much better than me, and they still are. They were like high tier, like player, like playing.
Professionals, yeah.
They like had like all of the best like haunts unlocked and stuff like that, right? And like they then have me little old me, and I was just walking around like I'm the unpaid intern.
Were you like me, where I just Mr. Magooed and just accidentally dodged all the red flags?
I never died. I never died even once, and it was so fucking crazy.
Mr. Magoo Club.
I was going through, and like the first thing we did was we went to a school, and I was in this school,
Wait,
and
there's a school?
yeah, there was like a school or something. I don't fucking know, man.
Yeah, the school. Yeah, that's high school. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a school, and we were there, and like we're just like, okay, you hold on to this, you hold on to the UV light, you hold on to this regular flashlight, and you hold on to this box that you can talk in and talk to the ghost. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm gonna hold on to these things, and we're gonna do that. And like they immediately separated from me. And note, I'm in VR right now.
Yeah, so immediately scaring alone.
Let me switch over the the image before I continue. I'm in
And
VR
also,
at
hey,
the moment.
FOMO, UV light.
The Phasmophobia was only barely down. I knew we were gonna talk about it though. That's why I didn't. That's honestly the entire reason I didn't put it on the list, because I knew we were gonna talk about it eventually. And I really wanted to talk about Monster Train.
You sacrificed everything for Monster Train.
And nobody cares. But they
feel
immediately left. At which point, I just started walking with the little walkie-talkie to talk to the ghost, and I just started going, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, and like just walking through, and I just hear like every now and then, just like where's Tico? and it was so fun. And in the first thing, I helped get the ghost to a thing, and then like they're just like, okay, we have to see what kind of ghost this is. I'm like, cool. And then like they heard a noise, and they're just like, hide, and I'm like, so like I just kind of huddled in a corner, and they're just like get inside of a closet or something. I'm just like, and I'm just sitting there, and they're just like I think Sid's dead, and I'm like, no. And then we started going. They're like, it's fine. We have what we needed. And then I think it was me and Sugar. And then we left the room, and it turns out the other person was dead. No, the other person wasn't dead. I remember we got to the beginning of the thing, and they both walked into the place to leave, and I didn't know that's what we were doing because they weren't talking to me very much.
You're just like,
And then the doors closed.
oh no!
And they're just like, hide, 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 and I'm like, ah! And then I just did the tried and true, and I curled up into a ball, and I got in a
And
corner,
waited for death to come to you, yeah.
and they're just like, go hide somewhere, and I'm just like, ah! And I didn't die.
So when are we getting the fucking Phasmophobia session going?
Like in the prison, I remember like lights were flickering and all that, and I ran away from the ghost, and I'm the one pissing the ghost off the most. And then someone else died.
Oh,
Even
yeah,
though I
Brandon
was
died.
the one getting lost.
It
and,
was
like,
so fun.
Will, we saw you on the cameras. The ghost was right behind you the whole fucking time.
Oh my god! I just went and looked at my messages, and Aaron just sent me a Helltaker comic, and it's just cute.
That's how we got him, boys.
I'm just like, get off the roof, get off the roof.
Get off the roof! Get off the roof! Get off the roof!
I did die
Aaron,
though
just
eventually, and it wasn't in the prison. It wasn't in the big areas. It was in a small ass house, and I got lost. And I died with like a chainsaw massacre, like grabbing my eyes.
It was so freaking fun. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
want to play it some more. Me as the unpaid intern, I was able to get quite a lot from hanging out with players far beyond my level of understanding.
Yeah.
And they're just like, anytime they're like, hey, who has the UV lighter? Hey, who has that thing? I'm like, got you covered. I have both
I
those
got it
things.
right here.
And
I'm the one that always brings the journal.
I have
book.
I have both. I have the UV light, and I have the walkie-talkie thing to talk to the ghost. And I'm just like, this is all I need. That's all. Here we
Well,
go.
you take more than you give. You took all the books of that fucking prison. I didn't think it was possible. You stole them all.
Hey, JR, help.
But yes, that
And-
is
and,
Phasmophobia. Before
It's a really good game.
And what's
before
great about...
Mhm.
Oh, sorry.
no, keep going, keep going.
Oh, no, I was just saying, like, FOMO is our techie, the one, like, on the computer screen and, like, keeping an eye on things. So we
The
give
pussy.
FOMO...
Call it what it is.
So we give FOMO gifts, like books. I think I got FOMO a coffee mug once.
I started yelling at a ghost one time because all we wanted it to do was like look at a sink or whatever, and like I'm just like, damn it, and then I said her name, and then everybody ran
Oh,
away from
no.
me.
And then everyone realized that you doomed them all.
And
Uh,
then Anthony died.
But before we get to my top ones, my top three, because once we get to those, I'm just gonna speed round through those three. Is there any other game we want to talk about?
Let's see.
Minecraft.
You guys, we could talk about
Actually,
Minecraft. We had a
could bundle. Let's talk about two games at the same time.
Okay.
Let's talk about the Terraria and the Minecraft update.
Let's talk about the updates, yeah, because I don't have any updates on the rest of my list. Let's talk about the major updates that have happened in this year, because
I can wait.
we had the Terraria update, the Journey's End update was absolutely fantastic. It was split into two different updates, and we were able to finally get the full picture. Did you guys know Terraria has lore? Anyway,
No, I actually didn't. What?
I need to do a stream where I read the lore. It's actually really
Can you?
fun.
'Cause what the fuck?
They came out with lore at the beginning of the year. But the Journey's End update changed so much. It gave us a lot of things, including a cat.
Yeah, the cat was the best part. Okay, let's continue.
And then it's- Quit.
But yeah, we technically have a server that I'm paying for.
Yeah, we need to play on it sometime. We keep saying that.
I'm still paying for it. I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. It's just
We
Maybe-
can play on it, dude. Let's just do it. But it's like we gotta commit.
It's been super fun. I still haven't got to beat some of the new bosses yet. But it is absolutely fantastic. And apparently there was the Nether update that happened in Minecraft, and that one apparently changed everything as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now there's a newer tier, stronger than Diamond,
Harder to get.
which is called Netherite.
and we
And
spent
people have literally been blowing up the Nether looking for it. They will use like 100 TNT and find 3
Fucking
pieces.
strip mining it.
yeah,
If there's anybody that's gonna strip mine the fucking like Nether, it's gonna be
I
this
don't wanna
guy.
Talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
I remember FOMO, a friend of theirs, and I were just we were planning to do like the updates and all that, but we got lost exploring, and we had a Denny's that we expanded.
Yeah, we have a hell Denny's.
Okay, like see, okay, so you actually meant like Denny's as in the restaurant Denny's. Okay.
Yes, and
Yeah,
then we
we-
had a
we
Waffle
made
House.
Denny-
The last
Yeah.
big update I want to talk about
Yeah.
is Pokemon.
Oh yeah.
I absolutely
Yeah, two really cool DLCs.
we had one extremely cool DLC and one okay DLC.
yeah, we had the mediocre July DLC and we had the fucking Crown Tundra.
The Crown Tundra is so good. Like it's so much better than the base game. Here's the thing. I love
think
Sword
it's
and
on par
Shield.
with the base game.
I
think it's
love
on
Sword
par.
and Shield. Like I didn't have any complaints going through whenever I did my lunchbox. Sword and Shield is absolutely fun. We did the only problem is the most fun I had in Sword and
My only
Shield was
complaint is
whenever
I can't find Registeel.
the most fun I ever had in Sword and Shield was whenever me and you fought Mewtwo. That was the most
Yeah.
fun I had in the entire
Oh, yeah,
time
that
playing it.
That was a lot of fun.
And Crown Tundra has so many things, not quite to that level yet from what I've seen, but like that can almost get me there. You know what I mean?
Well, it's getting there.
Yeah, and it's so fun. And going after all the legendaries was super fun. I still have to get the Necrozma and the I'm pretty sure there's a Reggie thing I have to get. No, I have to get the other Reggie to do a thing, whatever.
Yeah,
Um,
Regigigas.
Yeah. So
The
I
big-
got
Get the
to.
best one.
I
You
still gotta
get
do
Dad.
those, and then I'll be done with it. But my God, Crown Tundra is fantastic. I can just turn on the thing every now and then and just like, I guess I'll do a raid before bed, and then I do it, and then I go to bed. And
Let's do another raid stream at some point. You
it's
still gotta find a
dude,
shiny.
we need to. Yeah, I still haven't got a single shiny.
Unfortunately, you can't tonight because Dika's gonna be dead playing Zelda.
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing
Oh,
Zelda all night.
Not
A
fun,
Rod
but
just
it's
gave
fun.
$1. Top games of the year, Blue played non-tabletop games this year. I know, right? I didn't play hardly anything this year. Thank you for the
You
dollar.
only played Sonic Mania and Garfield Kart.
I mean,
And Mr. Krabs.
I didn't actually play the Mr. Krabs game.
Not
It's like
yet.
a 10-minute free game.
And Nightshade,
We
were you
played that on
gonna?
stream.
You said you were gonna play. You said you wanted to talk about something before we move on. There's a big
I-
chance I will say that what you have to say is something I have to say in just a minute. So if I do cut you off, it's because of that.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Go for it, dude. Fuck yeah, I wanted to talk about Ghost of Tsushima. It's not on my list because I didn't get to play it this year. But that's just because so many.
Still in the process of
That's just
playing
because so many fucking games came out this year, and like I wanted to play this so bad. I think it was on one of my lists one year. I don't think it was last year. I think it was the year before.
it. Yeah,
Um,
it's the last PS4 exclusive.
dude, Ghost of Tsushima was like it looked so cool.
It
Talk about it.
is-
Say words.
Use your words.
Oh my god.
Okay, so there was a ghost, and Toshima was involved. Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
That was a really short game.
So it starts off very cinematically. It starts off with you on just on a beach with a bunch of samurai and just a bunch of samurai fighting each other, clans clashing, and then you realize like, oh wait, these aren't samurai, they're Hans. So this is supposed to be like Attila. This is supposed to be like a sort of a Attila the Hun type of story taking over China or Japan. I'm sorry, Japan. But it's
I
a
get
very
you. When you think of Huns, you immediately think China.
Mongolia, but yeah.
To
But
defeat.
okay, I didn't
Huns.
think it was going to be the way it was. Like I had no context. I never look up games when I see a trailer for a game. I'm like, okay. I look up nothing, not a goddamn thing beforehand. So when I found out this was an open world samurai game with customization, I shat myself. I changed my underwear and sweatpants, and then I cleaned myself up. And then I played the game, and I'm not even done. I'm 30 hours in. I'm not even close to done. I've been doing side quests this whole time, and I've been doing like storyline missions, and the story is great. I mean, okay, granted, the samurai are very romanticized in this, when in reality, not all samurai were great. A lot of them were pretty shit. But I'm willing to suspend my disbelief. It is a fucking fantastic game. I bet it would look great on PS5 because it looks amazing on PS4. Like, they want you to get the 4K screen. They want you to have like the PS4 like Pro and shit. They want you to experience this game, and it is fucking phenomenal.
This is a stream about games you could play on the PS5.
Honestly, yeah. Like, let me get a PS5 and I'll play all these games.
I mean, PS5 is backwards compatible, so.
To an extent. I'm pretty sure most of the newer ones, but they said that like a lot of the older ones you can't.
Yeah.
It's backwards compatible to an extent.
Okay, this is only slightly off topic, but it's still game related, and it's this year. While I'm not a Microsoft fanboy, I do enjoy the Xbox. I am very surprised to see that this new generation of Xbox can do every single previous generation from day one all the way up to now.
I mean,
Like,
luckily
that's
it
never been
can
done
because
before.
it doesn't have any actual games right now, right?
Yeah.
Luckily it can fucking do all.
And that's why I said I'm not fanboying by any means, but it's a very cool idea. Like,
Definitely.
I don't think it's ever been done before.
Yeah.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, like Nintendo still has to figure out how to do a Nintendo 64 in their system. Oh wait,
Yeah.
they did. They canceled it.
But yeah, no. If this was on PS5, which it's not, PS4 exclusive, but it is phenomenal. I would wholeheartedly recommend this game to anybody who likes open world period pieces, or if you just like to customize, because holy shit, the amount of armor that's in this game.
Some ridiculous
It's
stuff.
really hard to talk about because where do you fucking start?
I think you said. I think you
Yes.
said quite a bit. You said quite a bit from it. I definitely wanted to play it this year, but there's just so many things. And again, whenever it came down to it, there was a lot of things stopping me from playing a ton of games this year, or even finishing games this year.
Yeah, and I got it for $40.
Hell yeah!
So
I think
Oh.
it was half price for
No,
New Year's. I
no,
think it was half price for Christmas.
no, it's still $40 on Amazon.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a
Huh.
$60 game.
What did we fucking say about you freaking trying to plug your work in our streams, man? What the hell?
You think I try to plug my? I try to get the fuck away from it. Jesus God.
It always follows me.
All right,
Can't
guys.
escape.
So, for my last three, my top three games, I want
Okay.
to go through. Well, go ahead, do it. What we got?
Mhm.
What we got?
What?
You got
Oh, I
what?
thought you said "can I?" Like you wanted to say something.
No, I said okay.
Okay, all right. I was like, I thought you were like, "Can I?" And I'm like, yeah, let's fucking talk about more games before we get into
One
this.
Piece
Oh, no,
Pirate
we can
Because
do
Warriors.
it.
I was
No,
about,
we can
because
go.
what I was about to say is, if we like, I'm just gonna go through all three of these and not ask for anything else. So if you guys did want to bring
Alright,
another
fucking
game up,
crack it then.
okay.
Let's just fucking break the fucking seal. Let's talk about Hades. Let's talk about fucking Hades, man.
I expected you guys to say Hades a long time ago.
But you know, my
I
list,
can't-
don't want to bring it up.
I can't bring Hades up because I haven't played Hades at all. It looks like a game I'd be all for.
It's a
Um,
dungeon crawler.
It looks like a game I'd be all for. Like it is a roguelike dungeon crawly pretty boy game, and look at all those pretty boys. and I want to smooch them all.
Yeah, I know, right?
And you finally get to spank your daddy. Hold on.
Finally, they have romantic interest that isn't just Ashley fucking Barrett. They've been selling me the exact same woman for the last 5 years. In every game, in Bastion, in Transistor, in Pyre Magic Basketball, and now they keep selling me the same woman. She sings really pretty.
All I,
But
all I-
go on.
all I know is that they're really pretty. That they, for being Greeks, they all sound pretty British.
And Medusa Head's the best part.
I like that the game seems to have a sense of humor. It doesn't take itself too seriously. But while it still has some really touching moments, because from seeing like Jake's playthroughs of it, there's some really like touching scenes and endings, like when you go find your mom and it's just like, oh my god, mom. And it's like, aw, I found mom. But like it's a good game. It got shafted pretty fucking hard in the Game Awards, apparently.
By The Last of Us, to be fair.
By The Last of
Ugh.
Us 2.
Oh.
I cannot see how that got so much stuff. My God.
Because Game Awards lobbying.
Ugh.
Either way,
I trust Game Awards as much as I trust Emmys.
another game that I had thought of, but I kind of wanted to hold back on it because it felt like cheating.
Well,
Was the Final Fantasy VII remake?
again, we can talk more about things in a little bit, but I think that we should probably, before we keep bringing up more games, we should probably do the final 3.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably get those out of the way before we start bringing up any more games. Because if we just keep on going, then eventually I'm just not going to have any 3 games to speak about.
Eventually, there will be no more games.
So, with that being said, we can see that there's everything so far. We got Hyrule Warriors, we got Cyberpunk, we got Monster Camp, we got Magical Diary, we got Paper Mario, the Origami King, we got Animal Crossing, we got Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, we got Monster Train, which nobody cares about. If we go to the top 3, and we're just going to go through, speeding through them, not like, we're going to talk about them, obviously, because I'm pretty sure, at least for 2 of them, I'm pretty sure we have a lot to talk about. I feel like, again, I'm the only one going to talk about this one, as the top 3 were like ones that I was like messing around with, and this one and the next one almost became number 1, but then I'm like, I gotta be honest, it's not. And then I was like, but is it not though? Anyway, my number 3, game I want to talk about the most, and probably you guys are all gonna be like, what the fuck? But I do feel like it gave me the most joy, like the most immediate joyous feeling, and I was smiling through the entire game whenever I was playing it, and just ear to ear, like it was just such a good time, and I need to play it more on stream, but Fairy Tail PS4 came out this year.
Oh yeah, you were talking about that. Yeah. You were talking about that.
Fairy Tail PS4 came out this year, and it was so much different than what I thought it was going to be. I put it on the list last year for most anticipated games on number 7, because there's a reason it was number 7, because 7 is a very good number. Anyway, and I put it on the same level as Kakarot, because I thought that both of them were going to be basically the same game. They were both kind of shown to look like similar styles. They were both kind of shown to have like similar battles, but it turned out that it was completely wrong. Fairy Tail had less polish than Kakarot. Fairy Tail was a turn-based game, whereas Kakarot was more of a explorative, like almost action RPG kind of thing. And it was
the action RPG.
And it was definitely more like, again, niche, because people love Dragon Ball Z and only I love Fairy Tail in the world. So I'm kidding.
Only fan.
But
Wait, hold on.
Whenever I turn the game on and the first thing it tells me to do is, in a tutorial fight, kill Hades. which is one of the main fucking antagonists of the entire fucking like show up to a certain point, and he's a tutorial fight. I couldn't stop myself, and I was just going absolutely insane through the rest of the game, because I had thought that it was gonna be like the entire fairy tale story. I had thought it was gonna start from like the beginning and like kind of get near the end, but it started right before the 7-year like gap, and to have the final fucking boss of the first half of the fucking show be the tutorial fight just made me so happy. And they had cinematics in it that called back to the actual animation. They had the entire feel to it, even though again much less polished than something like Kakarot. Made me just so happy. And
I mean, you're kind of overestimating Kakarot there in terms of polish.
I'm just saying, what Kakarot did well was it had, from the parts that I seen, again, because I only saw the beginning part, Will, so like none of the bad like maybe some of the less polished stuff like didn't show up for me, but like the menus were really kind of seamless. The animations, at least in the beginning, I didn't get to a lot of special attacks and things like that, seemed like they were kind of seamless. Getting into fights, you didn't have to go to like a black screen into the next thing. They just sort of just happened whenever you ran up on things. Going through the world, you couldn't really see any tearing, at least as far as what I saw whenever I was going through. Again, I only saw the beginning of it and that's probably what they put the most effort into. But Fairy Tail, there was just all kinds of bad things about it. I walked to a certain point and I found a barrel just outside of the Fairy Tail Guild that I could keep going to and search, and there was just a noise that kept happening, and I spent literally 5 minutes just pressing the interact button at the barrel. And like having the noise show up, and everybody
just to hear a funny noise.
It was so great. And like there's destructible environments to where you could lure bad guys to a certain point in the map, and there's like an overkill mechanic. If you overkill them by a certain amount, you blow up the environment around you and unlock other paths to walk down. And whenever I saw that, I'm like, that is so fucking Fairy Tail. I can go overboard and destroy the environment. This is great. I loved it. It was absolutely fantastic. And if I didn't just start playing it right before I got sick, I probably would have immediately just like finished the game in its entirely, almost immediately. It was a very flawed but fantastic experience. And when it could hit you in the feels the same way the show could, whenever we got to a point where like Lucy was talking about her backstory stuff about her dad, and like you got the same kind of heart pulley thing. Maybe it's just because I remembered the show and the way they did it there so well, but like I got like that same kind of heart pulley thing where she's like dealing with the fact that she doesn't have her dad anymore, and like because 7 years has passed and a lot of fucking shit happens in 7 years. And it's just crazy. It was just so good. I loved it. I loved it to death. Does anybody else have anything to say about the Fairy Tail PS4 game? Didn't fucking think so.
Fairy Tail's the one with like the ninjas, right?
You got it.
So that's my number 3. And again, with my top 3, any one of them could have been number 1, and I almost made this one number 1, but I couldn't. After I looked at the other 2, I'm like, there's no way. So when we get to my number 2, we can already see why there's no way. It just sort of beats everything here in almost every category except for my love of Fairy Tail. That's the only reason.
No, it's a Sakura game, isn't it?
I'm going to kill you. You are going to be deceased, Will.
That already?
Persona 5 Royal. Whenever this got brought up before stream earlier, I was like, what do you fucking mean it's not a 2020 game?
It's a 2019 game.
It is 100% a 2020 game. It came out in 2020 in English.
You
Fucking
could have
get on my nuts.
In Japan.
I could not have played it in Japanese because I can't read Japanese.
You don't need
That's why
to,
that's why they bring it into. That's why they. I'm not going to argue with you. Persona 5 The Royal is one of the greatest games of 2020. It is an absolutely fantastic game. So whenever I say polish, like this should be the game that automatically comes to mind for things. The menus, the transitions, just the amount of things that they didn't need to put into the game that are just so cool. All of the little tiny like speech bubbles for people walking through the different areas. The transitions whenever you go from different days and you get to see how some people act about things. All of these things were in the original Persona 5, and all of those things return only better somehow. They add on so many more things to those amazing things. They add new challenges to the boss fights and new scenes to the boss fights. They add a lot of neat extra effects, including combo attacks that have their own like little like animations to them that I really want to look into for certain other people that gonna show up later. Again, just like the others, I started playing this and then I got sick, so I couldn't keep playing it. I actually played another part of it recently, like a couple of days ago. So I do want to finish this at some point. It's just fantastic, and I cannot wait to see how the rest of the story has changed. If anyone says anything about that, I will immediately remove you from my presence for life.
I
Like
can't
a
believe
dev or
I can't believe Mr. Mario himself went down to fight Joker and what's the other Persona protagonist? Naruto.
Yeah, there you go.
bro, just that, yeah.
I would have given you so much credit if you would have just said Natsu right there, because you said ninjas in the last one. So like,
I was close, but I actually forgot his name.
I know that I should not be somebody out there who's like, spoilers, don't tell me spoilers about this game that's been out for over a year in Japanese, blah 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 blah. But I will say, if anybody ever gave me spoilers for this game, they would no longer hear me ever again. But with that being said, does anybody else want to talk about Persona 5 Royal?
Man,
Didn't think so.
Smash
So
Brothers
nah.
has Joker.
Smash Brothers does have Joker. You are correct. That is a thing that Smash Brothers has.
So now Joker and Sephiroth can finally fight their ultimate
They
enemy,
can finally
Yoshi.
fuck.
I'm pretty sure Joker wants to fight Sephiroth, because Sephiroth like bit slapped his mom in that trailer. That's one of my favorite things, is like the family that people have created in Smash, where like fucking Bayonetta's the mom, Joker's the son, and then like Kirby's like the adopted like little extra one, because like, you know, he can turn into them.
While I was watching the trailer, I was making my own headcanon because Banjo and Kazooie reacted the most out of all of them.
With
And
all
I
that
know-
being said, this is my number 2, and there's only one game that came out this year that could possibly beat Persona 5 Royal. And I mean, we just talked about Sephiroth and Cloud.
You're right. Super Mario RPG.
So Squeaky, I did not want to talk about it until I put it here.
And how is it cheating?
It's not cheating. Here's the thing, Squeaky. When I wanted to say this so bad whenever you just brought this up, this is Final Fantasy VII Remake. This is definitely a like a game that has kind of came out before. If there's anything that is a substantial update, it's this. Like, whenever I okay, first off, I mentioned this last year whenever I put it in my most anticipated games part of the list. I have I don't have any connection to Final Fantasy VII. I did not know hardly anything about like the a lot of the nuances of different things. I barely knew things about the plot. I knew the big spoilers, obviously, but those don't even come into play in this game. And I didn't have any nostalgia for 7, because I honestly hated the original 7. I thought it was boring. I only played a little bit of it. I only got to the end of like the first area of the game, but like I just got super bored and I didn't play it anymore. And I was even still hyped for this whenever it was announced. And this game, whenever I got to play it, like this year, whenever it's one of the games on this list that I played the most. That still saying something because I still haven't even gotten to the one area of the game that I wanted to get to. And I really hate this. And this is something that I wanted to make sure I said. This is, again, the main reason that I interrupted you before when we were going to talk about Final Fantasy VII, Squeaky. I still haven't gotten past points that I feel like it's dumb to call this anything but a remake. Because I do feel like there are things in this, and I ask everyone in the chat and I ask everyone in the call, please do not say anything, because I was joking kind of with the royal thing. I'm not gonna like fucking like get on people who give me too many things, but I actually have like theories with this game. There are actually like things that go into my head that I don't I want to know more about, and I don't want them spoiled.
And here's the thing.
legitimately feel like this game is something that that if I do get spoiled for it, it'll ruin everything.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's a completely different gameplay. It's not completely different dialogue. It's based on the original, but it's based. So no matter what, this is a transformative experience. This is nowhere close to even a port. Spoilers aside, even if we just took the first part of the game that Deco has played,
I'm right at the point. Here's the thing. The reason I also wanted to wait to talk about this till the very end is because I almost want to after this potentially like just start up and start playing this game again tonight. I don't know. Because I'm at a point right now where I'm just about to get to the dress. Which is, you know, the entire reason I wanted to play the game last year. was to get Cloud to dress and Fap to Cloud.
Bon appetit, my friend. Bon appetit. But no, they've added enough. They subtracted this. There's nowhere even close to a port. This isn't like Ocarina of Time 3D where they're like, this is a new game. We just made the glitches the same and all that. Because no, it's a fucking port. Don't lie to us. We're okay with it being a port.
Whenever I first started playing. And again, Squeaky, I definitely want to hear like your opinions on these things because like I know that you
take that out of the plastic.
I'm not expecting you to tell me things about gameplay. I'm pretty sure you've watched some of this.
Yeah.
But whenever like I want to hear like your takes on some of the things here, and I you know with less spoiler, like as little spoilers as possible, obviously. But when it came to this game, I didn't think I was gonna play it as slow as I have. Like I've actually got a decent number of streams that are really long under my belt in this game, and I'm only just now getting to the area where I really, again, wanted to be in the game. And, like, I've taken it so slow. I've been leveling up. I've been going at every single corner of the game, trying to find every little thing I can find, and, like, really going through. And I still missed something somehow. It didn't end up making that big of a deal, but I missed like a materia in the very beginning of the game. I got it later, but like it still pisses me off that apparently I missed it. I kept going until I've basically perfected certain things. Like I didn't keep going until I made sure to beat the motorcycle little mini area. Like I made sure to get through that as well as I could. I've taken so long on like doing this. I thought I'd like the game. Like I thought I would like the game. I didn't know I would be trying to basically complete the game as I was going on. I never get like that with games. Like
Yeah, you really don't.
At least for like streaming games especially. That's what made me stop playing Kakarot. Was I wanted to be a completionist about it, and I felt like that wasn't fun for people to watch. Yet whenever 7 Remake came out, I did it anyway, because fuck people watching. I'm having a lot of fun. Like, it's just, it was so fun, and I couldn't deny it. Whenever I was making the list, and like being like, haha, I want to put Fairy Tail at the top, I kept going, there's no way it beats out 7 Remake, though. Like, it may... If I were to take in my nostalgia for Fairy Tail, it may beat Royal, maybe, but like I didn't play it enough to really give it a chance to, and there's no way Royal beats this either. Like I love Persona 5. It's one of my all-time favorite games, like whenever it came out, and Royal is just that but better. But I don't see it beating this. There have been so many things that have happened and so many things that like have surprised me from a game that has remake in the title, even though it's the only part of the game I played. This is the literal only part of 7 I ever played was the Midgar area, and I'm getting surprised by the things I've seen. It's such a good game, and that's why it's number 1.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 7 is a good game. Dun, 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 dun.
What the
They're playing us off.
I don't know. I didn't play remake. I've only seen a little bit of remake.
It's right there.
It's in the plastic.
It's right there.
It's in the plastic.
Come on.
Mhm.
I'm right here.
Your dick
So
is
why
right
were you
there.
trying to bring it up earlier
Fuck.
then, if you don't have anything to say about it?
Because I know the game like the back of my hand, just not the remake. So I had held back on talking about it because I was like, I'm only gonna talk about the version I played.
You know what?
We don't want to
I'm
hear about your
surprised-
bad version.
Deco, I'm
What's up?
surprised you held back on this one aspect. The fact they finally expanded characters like Jesse.
Dude, Jesse is so good. I'm at a point though where I know what happens to those characters. So I'm really I'm dreading things because I'm so fucking like attached to certain characters.
Oh, you fucking
And
should be dreading things.
I cannot wait. And again, I can't wait to get to the points, but like again, anytime I bring anything up, I feel that it's a landmine, you know? Like anytime I bring up something I like or dislike about the game, I feel like I'm standing on a landmine because someone in chat or someone around me or something is going to happen and someone's going to give me a spoiler and then it's just going to ruin it. And I've never really felt that about a game before. I've finally gotten into Final Fantasy VII, but I feel like anything could stop it. I feel like the only thing keeping me sucked in is the fact that it's a new experience for me, and it's my own kind of little unique thing that I have as somebody who did not play through all of the original and only knows like the big spoilers of it. If I lose that, I'm just worried I'm not going to play it anymore. So I've literally stopped people, like even more than just spoilers. I've told people in my chats, just don't say anything about anything that happens in the future, because if anyone does, I don't know how well I'm going to take it. And I have such respect for my chat because they did their absolute best to not have anyone say anything. And one person said one thing, and it's the same thing that happened whenever I was playing the original Persona 5, where like they basically said the spoilers for the original Persona 5. They basically said the Akechi pancake thing to me ahead of time, and I had to pretend like I didn't hear that for like 15-20 other streams until I got to that point, and then had to tell people at that point, by the way, this was spoiled for me and here's a big thing about how I don't like this. And luckily, the thing that somebody said for this game was not that big of a deal. I eventually got to the point where they were talking about, and I'm like, okay, that wasn't a humongous deal. But even the fact that it could have been ruined a lot of enthusiasm I had. So I do know there's a precedent for it. If somebody says something too big, I already felt that like enthusiasm kill, you know?
Yeah.
And so that's that's the thin ice I'm walking on with this game, is I want to keep playing it on stream, but I have to trust in chat, man.
Yeah, make the chat emote only.
Make the chat emote only? How do you do that?
Subscriber emote only. You can do that. It's in the settings.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Hold on, I think I can do that shit right now. One
Don't
second.
do that. Don't do it right now. We don't know what will happen.
It's a channel mode. So when you go into your mod settings, And there's emotes only chat, and then subscribers only, and then followers only. You can just toggle those shits on and off.
Hmm.
You can make it subscriber only chat, and where they have to pay if they want to spoil the game for you.
I see the emotes only. Okay, so if you do emotes only, it doesn't just make it just for subscribers. They can just only
Yeah,
emote. Like, okay.
Yeah, emotes is they can only talk in emotes. Subscriber only is they have to pay a subscribe to chat.
Mhm.
So either one is fine.
I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna go that far, but if it's an option.
I'd say go subscriber only then.
Again, that feels like going even further.
Then you're playing with fire.
Okay, Squeaky. Anyway, that's basically the extent of what I have to say about 7. It's a extremely interesting game. It's a very much a game that I feel like I've had the most fun with, even though I've gotten stronger feelings from other games, and some games have been a little bit more disappointing, and some games I've had a little bit of issues with things out of the game. This one is that kind of sweet spot where, like, so far nothing huge has happened, and I've just enjoyed it. Like, that's the extent of things. I didn't burn myself out on it like I did Hyrule Warriors. I didn't have to make excuses for some of the outdated mechanics like in Fairy Tail. I didn't have anything out of game like with what happened with Monster Camp. That's my top 10 list. I'm going to go ahead and move back over to the top 10 thing, add those last 3 images to it. Guys, you guys have any ideas on games we haven't talked about that you guys want to make sure we say before we move on?
Now let's see.
I have a couple of games we didn't get to talk about as well.
Eric,
If you want to.
Quick one out.
Whip it out.
One thing that
Whip
we
it
haven't
out.
really got to talk about.
I don't know what happened. My computer just fucking shut off.
Okay,
you know.
neat.
Yeah.
One thing we haven't got to talk
Fucking
about. I'm not sure how many of you guys would have played it or not. But there is Yakuza Like a Dragon came out this year.
Oh,
Oh, I've been getting into the Yakuza games, but I haven't gotten there yet.
I haven't played a single Yakuza game. I've seen some of like the older ones, and I really wanted to play Like a Dragon, but again, it came out in November, and November has been a very stressful month for me.
Look, I'm just saying, the moment you put moment where you're helping Michael Jackson's music video that's being directed by Steven Spielberg, obviously not those names, but you can tell it's Steven Spielberg by that fucking face of his. This game is gold. There's nothing these games can do wrong.
These Yakuza games are fucking amazing, and you should play them. Fuck playing Shenmue. Play Yakuza instead.
That's one game I wanted to talk about. If anybody had any other things to say about them.
It's a Yakuza game. Go fucking play.
Another game that I wanted to talk about is Legends of Runeterra came out this year.
yeah.
Which is the League of Legends card game that I've actually still been playing off and on since it came out, and I've not been like playing it basically religiously like I've been playing TFT.
Yeah,
but it is still
I thought TFT might be a dead game. Legends of Runeterra is a dead game, bro.
a lot of people still
Yeah.
play it. It's just not a lot of people really talk on it, and the big reason I do love it is mostly the fact of everything that's said in Legends of Runeterra is canon to the lore of League of Legends, which is really cool because we get so many updates on certain champions and things like that because of it.
I want my new Skarner update. Tell me about Skarner.
Skarner has not been added
All
to
his family
Runeterra
is
yet.
still dead.
But it is definitely like one of those games that I like how you play it. I like how to do things, and all you have to do is play the Teemo deck.
I saw you play Escape from Tarkov,
And then
I
you
thought that was
win.
a game you'd never play in your life.
Escape from Tarkov's pretty fun. It's not a 2020 game, but it's really fun. I've played it off and on for about a year or two. Only with Aaron though. He's the one that got me into it, and then every now and then I just stop and don't play for like a long time. But I started playing it again recently because they had the new wipe, and I've been basically waiting for a wipe to happen so that I can play again. but
Huh.
it's super fun. Basically, it's the only shooter I feel like I can really get into, because there's actual progression in it, and you can get like weapons and go and find like things and throw them in your inventory, and have like a bunch of really cool like things happen like that. And go ahead and move this up, because if I don't, then the actual name of all this gets.
League of Legends has
out.
lore.
You know what's a
Anna-
game that
I
came
don't,
out
blame,
this
I don't blame people for thinking it doesn't, considering the fucking lore purge that happened a couple years ago.
Anna asked me what
God.
Escape from Tarkov was, and I was like, it's a game you play if you're a masochist.
Escape from
Because if you
Tarkov's
die, you
super
just
fun.
lose everything.
You don't lose everything; you just lose what you brought in with you.
Well, you lose what you brought in.
I wanted to talk about Hunt Show.
Cyan!
That's-
Cyan
that is
understands.
epic
Chump
down
Wump.
Forever ago.
See, Chump
Okay,
Wump makes Legend of Runeterra just like that's enough to want to play Legends of Runeterra. It's just Chump
What the
Wump.
fuck is a chump? What the fuck is Chump Wump?
See, this is why
Probably
this is why we're not as close of friends as we could be, Anthony.
I know there's a couple of reasons why that is, but I guess it's chalk that up to Runeterra.
It's Chump Wump, you see.
don't- Is it like a new strat? Like what the fuck?
No, it's in the Teemo deck. Basically, there was a time where I played a run where basically it's like a deck builder run where like you can just add new cards and stuff like that to the deck. I got a really lucky one where I could just add an ultimate number of this one card called Chump Wump, which I just started memeing. I'm just like, we add every Chump Wump, and we added like 8 Chump Wumps to the deck by the end of the game. And during one of the things, I got like an actually really good hand, but I got 1 Chump Wump in the hand, and I'm just like, nah, guys, we only keep Chump Wump. We like our hand doesn't need anything but Chump Wump. And then when whenever we put all the cards in there that wasn't Chump Wump, we drew our new hand, and every single card was Chump Wump. And I'm just like, yes, we did it.
What the fuck happened? What happens when you just put 50 Chump Wumps on the field?
That's one of my favorite clips. I need to show you guys the clip of it later.
Okay.
But basically, Chump Wump is a card. The Teemo deck is basically just you get the these mushrooms to go into the enemy's deck, and every time they draw it, they take 1 damage.
It's a burn deck, you fucking dick.
And Chump Wump, when you play it, you get 2 cards that puts mushrooms in the deck. So you play Chump Wump, you get 2 cards that put mushrooms in. You play both of those. You play more Chump Wumps. You keep playing Chump Wumps until you get like a Teemo. Whenever Teemo attacks, he doubles the amount of mushrooms that are in the opposing person's deck, and you just get to a point where there's like hundreds of fucking mushrooms in there. So they draw 1 card and they take like 20 damage. And that's how you Chump Wump. I love it.
that.
I love it so much. I'll show you guys the clip sometime. It's my favorite clip that's ever been clipped of me. Other than that, I think those are like. There's also like Baldur's Gate 3 came out this year, but it's technically not out yet, so I didn't want to talk too much about it.
It's only got like Act 1 out of Act how many?
Mhm.
So
It's still early access. It's still not going to come out until like a year or 2. Hive Swap Act 2 came out this year. Haven't played it yet. I have it, but I haven't played it yet. That's going to be something I hope to play like almost immediately in January. And other than that, nothing else has really caught my eye too much that we haven't already talked about. That is all the games.
You know what game came out this year that everyone forgot about collectively after it came out?
What's that?
Half-Life Alyx.
That came out this year?
That was in March.
Yeah,
That was in
I guess it's because I didn't have the index back then, so
Because
I
nobody
didn't
cares
care.
about Half-Life anymore.
Well, apparently Half-Life.
No,
apparently,
no. Actually, no. Half-Life Alyx was a really good
yeah. Apparently,
game.
apparently
was a
people are
really good
saying
game.
it's like the best VR experience so far.
Oh, by
Like
far.
people are really like looking at this like this is what VR is. Like this is what people like really liked about it. Like even if the game itself isn't like great, like the plot itself isn't great, like apparently people really love the mechanics of it.
Yeah, the actual like controls of the game are really solid. Like when I went through it, it was like sometimes I had to take my fucking helmet off sometimes to be like, all right, back to reality. Where's the floor? I don't wanna be here anymore.
Yeah, but come on, people keep saying, "Oh, Half-Life 3 will come out," and we know it's
not going to. It's not
We know
going
what-
to. It's fine. Shh.
Well, that's why we're talking about Half-Life Alyx, not Half-Life 3.
It's Half-Life. It's fine. It's fine. It's not the other one. It's just another one. Shh.
Yeah, no.
Rest, sweet child. It's fine.
I'm not being ironic. It will never come out because because Valve makes too much money with Steam. Why would they ever go back to
Do not think of the funny G-Man. He never
Well,
existed.
wait,
He was a paradox.
that's a bad example to give when they just released something Half-Life related.
Yeah,
Like
it took
I do
effort,
feel
though.
half. Yeah, it
Welcome-
took a
welcome
lot
to-
of
welcome-
effort. It's
welcome
a
to
really
Half-Life.
high-quality game.
Welcome
Yeah,
to the
so why would they
Half-Life
wanna do-
discussion stream. We're going to talk about Half-Life.
I
This
don't
is where
understand. You're-
this is where I
you're
tell
saying-
people this is where I tell people I've never played a single Half-Life game.
What you're
Oh, yeah, I
saying?
just put that one. I
Okay,
was like, you're right.
let me tell you the argument you're saying that they have no reason because of Steam and the money and all that. So why does Half-Life Alyx exist?
I don't know. Well, it's the fucking
no,
video game.
I
Just
don't,
play.
I don't know because they want to bully you.
They want you to make you feel bad.
mega company Valve wants to bully people.
Come on, is it really? Come on.
Okay, you know what?
I'm not saying it's a good
I
argument, but it's.
I
a good
love
argument.
that argument so much that you know what? You win this argument. I love that reason too much.
I do wonder why they made an Alex game so just a Half-Life 3 game because I think it would have worked. Half-Life 3 could have worked in VR. I mean, it tells you, gave you a Gordon thing and all that, but I don't know.
Because
The
they don't
thing
want to make
is-
Half-Life 3.
The thing is, with VR, it's still very much a risk. Like,
I'm pretty sure I heard Valve's reason for making new games like Half-Life was to play with the new like showcase and test with the new physics engines and shit. So.
exactly. So making that a Half-Life 3, I don't think would have been a good idea. Having it be a Half-Life
Well,
game,
we all know the reason why they haven't done Half-Life 3. The reason they haven't done Half-Life 3 is because they know that that people are going to hate it. Like no matter what
It
they
is-
make,
it's been, it's been so
no matter
hyped
what
and
they
joked
make,
up,
people are
so-
going to hate it. Like that's just how things are going to go. It has got to a point now where people have put this game on such a high pedestal that anything they create is just going to be bad compared to people's like expectations.
anyone else worried about the critical reception of Metroid Prime 3?
It's gonna be the same thing.
Four.
Like it's literally like
Yeah.
until people have proved to game developers, you know, we can be civil, which is not gonna
It's
happen.
not gonna happen.
And
I'm
the
sure
thing
I'll be happy
is,
as long as we get a
with
four, yeah.
Metroid Prime 4, God, I'm so worried about that game, especially with Retro
Yeah.
Studio and how they're like, okay, we're working on it. Then they're firing and hiring, and there's like apparently no organization. It's like, what's going on?
Yeah. Look, if you want to play a good Metroid Prime, so play Metroid Prime. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Like
You know
Mark
what?
for-
I would love to. Is that on the Switch? Is there a port for it?
Go fucking.
is-
I would
Go get,
love to play these past games.
Well,
go get an
this is
emulator.
bold.
You don't be fucking. You know for a fact you just get emulators for free. Go get it. Like you know.
No, wait, no, we can't say it on stream. No, quick.
No, no, fuck off.
no way, quick, Deco, show your dick.
Here it is. There it is, boys. Look at it in all of its glory.
I love that.
There it is.
You're about to get demonetized. Quick, show
I
your
just
dick on stream.
just showed my face the other day. Might as well show everything.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it shows what really matters.
Since you're the only fan of Fairy Tail, that just means you're only fans tomorrow.
Like the only fan that exists, or
Guys, I just
Yeah.
need now that I've come clean and I've shown people my face. The next step is making an OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Like that's just how it goes, right? Like the next phase, make OnlyFans, become rich, sell my bathwater, profit.
Get compilation porn that seems to be popular.
What if I just made Commander Buddy an OnlyFans?
Yo,
No.
Yo, speaking of Belle Delphine, did you hear she's in a sex toy war with Critical?
So
Yes, I have.
let's keep
It's very
talking
fun.
about video
It's very
games.
Yes, I have, and it's great.
So let's keep talking about video games.
I'm
We-
sorry that you don't want to be having a cultured stream.
So now that we are at the end of this, we have. Here's the thing. It's 2 hours 41 minutes in. I want to make sure to get through all the topics before the end,
Yeah.
because some of you guys might be like, "Oh, we've talked about all the games of the year. We're probably done. Everything's fine. Everything's done." Psych.
Huh.
What's up, dude? What?
There
There's
was
still
a
something we
second.
can talk about,
Yeah, what?
and that is looking forward into next year.
Oh,
What
hell yeah,
games are
actually.
we all looking forward to in the next year? And I have quite the number of games.
Oh,
I
I
am
have a
looking
list here too.
Mm-hmm.
You made a list?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's in
Before
my-
we get to that, though, I have some dishonorable mentions.
Oh.
Yeah.
So before we look forward, let's talk
Time
about the
to look
games that we're still
backwards.
fucking waiting for.
Speaking of Metroid Prime 4,
Cyberpunk never released.
Cyberpunk never released, guys.
Halo Infinite's
Um,
delayed till next year.
So
I guess that's looking forward. I have no fucking clue.
I have 5 games on my own little list here of things that I would put on the looking forward to next year list, because obviously they wouldn't not come out next year, right?
Right.
Like obviously they wouldn't not come out another year. That would be silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, let's say on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Breath of the Wild 2 trailer.
No, because here's the
Listen, they
thing.
didn't give
It
a
was
date.
mentioned earlier. That was mentioned earlier, and I do not agree. I think we have still yet to even. They did not give us a date. Some games have given us a date, and we still haven't gotten them.
Oh no, I said a trailer.
Dude, just keep playing Breath
I'm
of the
talking about
Wild,
games.
it's a good game.
I can't. I don't have a Switch.
Then why do you even care?
I'll be real with you guys. I thought we were all gonna say Elden Ring.
So the first thing I want to talk about.
Because I care about the Zelda franchise.
The first thing I want to talk about is a little game called Dying Light 2.
Oh.
Yes. Let's talk about Dying Light 2.
Oh.
So, I played the original Dying Light with my boy Aaron. I'm not sure if he's still in chat, but he played it with me, and he got me super hooked on this parkour zombie survival
I love Dying Light 1
experience,
so
and
much, man. It's
it
really
is
good.
so fucking good, dude. I
It's
love
so
it so
good.
much.
Dude, but it's also so piss easy to get your fucking your parkour stat maxed in like no time.
Look, I love it so much, and I didn't do any weird like fucking exploits like apparently you did.
It's not. Well, I just ran a circle for half an hour and I got maxed out. Shut up.
it was so fucking good. Like the fact that you can either treat it like a regular zombie survival game and fight your way out, or just run over buildings like a fucking ninja.
I love. Okay, before anything, we need to stop. Drop kicks. Drop kick. Drop kick.
Well,
No,
here's the thing.
no,
Here's
no,
the thing,
drop kick.
Anthony.
Just drop
Here's
kick.
the thing, Anthony. We're not talking about Dying Light 1. We're talking about Dying Light 2.
I want to talk about Dying Light 1 though.
We can talk about that later. We'll play it one day again. We'll play it together one day. Especially since we have so much time before this ever comes out. It has a release window for next year. It is apparently, it was supposed to come out last year, but then they're like, hey, let's delay it. And we're like, again, but yeah, that's fine, whatever. And it's supposed to come out next year at some point. I believe I could be wrong, but I believe the last thing we were told was it could be like near the end of quarter 1, which would be absolutely fantastic. I would love that to death. But maybe they've put it back again. I don't know. I've not really looked into it. But can we get our zombie parkour game again? Can we get a new one, or a new zombie parkour? I'd love to play it. Can we play your game, please? I'd be very happy about that. That's my first dishonorable mention. Talking about Dying Light 2. Is there anything else you want to say about it, Anthony? Anything you want to say about Dying Light 2?
Like, release the fucking game.
Oh, yeah.
I want to drop kick zombies off even more things. I want to play this game, and I want co-op attacks. I want to just fucking wrestling ring zombies into fucking non-existence. Also add more bonkers weapon mods because there's so many, but it's still not enough for me.
So, my next one that I want to talk about is a game that was supposed to come out this year. I put it on my list last year, and even though it's been supposed to come out for a while, we still barely know anything about it. And I'm so that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good for the future, you know? It was supposed to come out this year, and we barely know anything about it, like at all. And that is Digimon Survive.
Come
I
on,
was
man. Do you really think Digimon survived 2020?
Digimon didn't survive, man. Digimon did not survive. Here's the thing: we've actually got a lot of really good like Digimon hype, especially this year with Digimon Adventures like reestablishing itself with a new anime, which is really cool. Digimon Survive. I've been waiting on.
They're just seeing how 2020 went.
I've been waiting on this
and
for
now
like
we're
3
hitting
years.
2021. Once we hit 2021, it's actually going to be rechanged. The name's going to be rebranded to Digimon Extinct, and it's going to come out in 2022.
I've been waiting on this game for around like 3 years since there was first any sort of idea that they were going to be going for a new Digimon game. This is worked on by a different studio than worked on the other ones. It's not going to be like an RPG or anything like that. It's going to be a tactics game, which is super freaking cool. And there's going to be like you can all kinds of Digimon, Digivolutions. It looks like there's going to be like a weird broody post-apocalyptic-ish story to it. It looks super cool, and I've been so down ever since I heard anything about this game. I've been so down, and just like, hey, how about you give us some more information? How about you tease us a little bit more? And they're like, no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna tease you anymore. We're not gonna do anything like that anymore. You can go fuck yourself. And I'm like, how come this is still working on me? I just like, come on, let me just play the funny video game. So there's that. The rest, like some of these, I'm not amazingly still hyped for, but I did mention them in the last one, and they did have release dates for this year. So you know they just get on the list anyway. Like they just get on the list because of that. We still haven't seen much more than last year from what I've seen about this next game. And I'm only hyped because I liked the last game in the series, and I thought it was super cool, and I named my computer after it. So Tales of Arise was supposed to come out this year. The new Tales of game. It didn't. It didn't come out this year. And again, a lot of these games didn't come out because a lot of them are like, oh, you know, we want to get more time, coronavirus stuff, yada yada yada. It just makes me feel like I understand the reason why these games haven't come out. It doesn't mean I'm not still upset and I want them to come out, please. But yeah, I want to play another Tales game. There's all kinds of them I haven't played. But I played Berseria, and I want to play more of Berseria, but I lost all my footage I lost all my save data for it. I played Legendia. Nobody's even heard of Legendia. It was really good. It's the only Tales of game I think no one's ever heard of that I really like. And I want to try Arise because like whenever I was looking at trailers for it, it seemed to seamlessly go between battles, and like the overworld area seemed like the most impressive of what I've seen of it, and I'm super into it. I'm super into this thing. I don't think any of you guys are really care about that though, right? Like nobody here really is in Arise Chad in our chat.
I never played any of the Tales games in my life, but
if Jake were here, I feel like
know of its existence.
If Jake were here, I feel like Jake would say something about it.
I know that back in 2012, they made an animated opening cinematic trailer for Tales of Xylia. I think that's how you say it, and it looked great. And that's all I know.
I just know Tales of the Abyss and Bubba Chicken did the opening, and like Jade Curtis was hot, and that's about it.
Jake Curtis was hot.
Look at him though. Oh, look at a picture.
And finally, the last one that I really wanna talk about before I get to my most anticipated, still waiting thing, is a little game, just a tiny speck of a game that I'm sure nobody here is actually waiting for, and it's only just me. Obviously, that's how it always goes. But there was a little game supposed to come out this year called Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2.
Don't you get me fucking started on Bloodlines 2.
There's a little game called Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 that's supposed to come out this year. And it's supposed to come out in the beginning of next year. But, you know, is it gonna is it gonna come out next year, or are they just gonna keep putting out like fucking visual novels?
or is this a whole
To be fair,
masquerade?
to be
Shut your
fair, the
fucking
visual
mouth.
novels are actually pretty good.
I don't know. I heard they were meh.
I've liked
Yeah.
them so far. Like the visual novels are actually pretty good.
I want to play I just want to play an actual vampire game. I don't care about your visual novel bullshit.
Good at.
Well, I even but I want to see Squeaky play Bloodlines.
Did the release date change a bunch? It's not that it's changed a bunch. It's just we're still waiting. Here's the thing. This is one of the least like heinous of them, because I think the actual release date of this only changed the one time. And that's why it's like the still waiting thing is kind of a joke. The 3 that I was really upset about are the ones before this. But it doesn't take away from the fact we're still waiting on this. I'd love to play it again. We haven't had a Vampire the Masquerade sequel game in years and years and years and years and years and years. Going back and playing the original, you can play them, and I definitely still think you can get enjoyment out of them. But there is still that kind of feeling to them where you're like obviously playing an old game, you know?
Yeah, like all the old vampire game, like
It's still
it's
good.
okay, it's been 16 years.
Yeah, it's still a good game, but like there's
A bit janky, but you know.
it's an
Melee's
oldie. It's
Melee's a
an
trap,
oldie,
you
but
know.
a goodie, but still it's an oldie.
Alcavians are the best, and Melee's a trap. So you know about Bloodlines.
I remember I was telling Anthony about how I was playing the freaking Coteries of New York. and
Cotters
he
of New
was
York's
just-
pretty good.
He was like, "You're playing
Also-
garbage."
Fuck you, Anthony.
Check game logos chat. I
Yeah.
make sure to put an image of Jake Curtis, also a message.
I'm-
Oh.
I don't know how to do it.
Give me check game logos before I do it. Yeah, look at that guy.
I did something. I don't know what I did, but something happened.
Yay! Hello.
He's free. He's finally in.
Yeah, listen.
Fire trapped.
You can say that I'm wrong all you want, Pico.
I mean, if I
I think
wanted
I'm
Emerald in, I
objectively
would have
right.
allowed people that weren't companions in here.
Oh shit!
Just saying, Squeaky.
Fine, I'll go.
You know what? He's
Me.
the one that was like, "Can I come in?" Pokey finger hands.
And
I
you're the
was
one
like,
that listened to that
you know.
bullshit. We can't keep feeding all the random animals that come by, Squeaky. They're gonna keep coming by.
I don't know. I think that's what we did when we got him to Silver 2 the other night.
Oh my god.
Ah.
It's what happens when you try to be nice. Be a bitch
Thank
all of
you.
2021. You guys asked.
Squeaky,
Clearly.
you're the best.
I'm gonna
Oh,
ban
man.
people left and right if you piss me off.
So, the last game that I have on my hurry the fuck up and come out list. And again, people have said other things in the chat that like should be on here, like the Shin Megami Tensei game apparently like still isn't got like an actual good release date. So that really sucks. But
I think we both know what we want to come out.
I'm waiting because I know what I'm about to put on here is not what you're gonna say.
Or is it?
Psychonauts 2?
I didn't care for the original Psychonauts.
You fucking monster.
Destroyed.
You monster!
I know a lot of people liked it, definitely.
No, I know what he's about to put on.
What am I about to put
Alright,
on?
then.
Okay, what's he about to
Well,
put on?
before we're talking about Psychonauts.
Oh,
let's see,
okay.
yeah.
This might be for the next year thing because we still don't know. But Breath of the Wild 2.
No, I don't even have that for my next year thing.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
'Cause we don't have a release date yet.
Yeah, but that's a still waiting.
They
thing.
said when they first showed it, it's like this is just now being worked on.
Yeah, but that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, and they said they're still fucking working on it. These
Didn't they
I
like
know.
make the original for the fucking
I
Wii U
know.
and weren't expecting it to
Yeah, the
release
date.
it? Like,
I know.
these had a "we'll be here, we swear," and then they walked out on us.
So
They fucking left us at the altar.
my last game for the still waiting list, and I'm gonna be honest, I'll wait till the end of time. Like, no matter what, I'm going to play it when it comes out, and I'm going to love every second of it, and I'm going to once again be able to smooch all the dragons I want. Room Factory 5 supposed to came out this year and didn't come out this year, and that was gonna be like my saving grace for the end of the year as well, because it was supposed to come out like in October ish. And like then they're like, yeah, by the way, we'll give it to you at the beginning of next year. And I'm like, but I really need it. give me my funny farmy game.
I haven't played a single Rune Factory.
Pretty sure Dragon's gonna slap. Pretty sure the Dragon's going to slap me with it if it comes anytime this month. Hell yeah! But I'm pretty sure it's gonna come out Q1. I'm pretty sure they said it's not gonna be too much of a wait, and I've only had to wait since October, but it's felt like 12 years. Because you know all of November and October and December has been very stressful. I haven't got to sleep in my own bed in literally a fourth of a year. So you know I'm a little bit. But Room Factory 5 is gonna come out soon, and that's gonna make everything better, guys. And I'm gonna get the farm. I'm gonna
Room
get
Factory 5 extinct 2022.
I'm gonna get the farm. I'm gonna get to hit people with my farming tools, and it's gonna be great. I'm gonna absolutely love it. And like I said, this one is, in my opinion, the least egregious out of all of them, because at least they're like, it's supposed to be here in October. We'll give it to you in like January, February, and it's like, fucking fine, I guess. I'll wait. But if they freaking push it back anymore, I'm still gonna play it, but I'm gonna be upset. You know, I'm gonna cry a little.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna cry a little bit. See, Squeaky. Now Lindo's saying something. You've opened the floodgates.
Oh my God.
Wait,
You gave one of the special
Squeaky.
snowflakes bread, and now they both want in.
Squeaky. If we have a gay marriage in Cartoon Network, then everyone will want a gay marriage.
Exactly. That's why nobody gets gay.
No, that's actually a legit argument that was given to Rebecca Sugar against the wedding.
Well, it's been a fun stream, guys. It's time to.
So
I came back to what?
before we
Homophobia.
get into anything else, let's move
Dude.
on from what games we're still waiting for games that have newly obtained some things in 2021. Looking forward into some games that are coming out pretty soon, my dudes. Do you guys have any games like that you're looking forward to next year?
Oh hell yeah.
Let me go make sure
I hope Halo Infinite's good. I hope Halo Infinite's good. I really do.
Deathloop to be good.
Deathloop's one of the ones I wanted to talk about. It was so much easier to make my top 10 list for this than it was for anything else. And what I want to do, because again, we've been going for about 3 hours. What I want to do is I want to listen to what you guys have before I go into my top 10. But then when I go into my top 10, I want to just go through all of them at once. I want to just want to nonstop go through my list for them and basically take out any of the ones you guys have already talked about.
If I can go first, I can make it quick.
Go ahead.
All right, so my games: Psychonauts 2, obviously. Stray. I really want to see how Stray goes.
Stray's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be a walking simulator, but you know, kind of like
Some
what's it
some
called?
walking simulators are good.
No, I'm not ragging on walking simulators. There was that one game that was on for PS4.
Death
Ether
Stranding.
1.
Nah, what?
Ether 1.
Death Stranding.
Not Death
That
Stranding.
was-
It's a walking simulator.
The
It's the one where you run across the
Finch?
desert.
Journey.
Journey, yeah, Journey.
Yeah.
Journey's a good one. Let's see, Deathloop, Village. I want to see that. I definitely want to see how Resident Evil goes.
Yeah.
And,
Hell
Oh yeah, Village looks interesting. I don't think I'll play it, but it looks interesting.
oh, I'm definitely gonna play it.
Yeah,
And,
I finished one.
The last one I want to see is No More Heroes 3.
Luckily, only
interesting.
one of those are on my list to talk about. I'm going to go ahead and put the image of that one in here.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm done.
No, it's cool. But the one that was there that I'd love to talk about with people here. This was actually my number 9. Is Deathloop. Whenever I first saw this, I think
yeah.
I think some of you guys were around whenever I first saw this. Whenever I
Yeah, we
first saw this,
Yeah.
this was so fucking cool. Like
Yeah.
the idea of like a killer or a spy or whatever he was
Spy versus spy.
going in and
Yeah.
fucking like having to use like time loops to like avoid dying and like get to a thing in an amount of time. And there's actually supposed to be like multiple endings depending on like some things you can do. It looks so cool.
And also another time hunt guy is like there's just
Yeah, there's another
guy with
person
time
trying to
travel.
fucking murder you the entire time. Ah,
Also, can I
If
just
that's
say
the-
can I just say this? I'm so glad this is a new IP.
it looks
Yeah.
looks
Yeah.
super freaking cool.
Could
And
you
I'm
imagine? I don't know what this game is, but it sounds like if this is like a spy. Is there like
we gotta
player
show you
hunts
we
you
gotta
or
show
something?
you the trailer after this, Anthony.
Oh
yeah,
100%.
I'll probably lose my fucking mind if it's pretty cool. I don't know.
It looks so fucking good,
amazing.
dude.
Holy
I'll see. I'll put that on
It's
the list.
it's a I think Bethesda's publishing it, not actually creating it. But it looks
they published.
super cool.
They published Doom, so we'll see.
Anybody else have any games we want to talk about? Again,
I gotta-
if any of the ones you
Okay.
guys say are on my list, I'm just gonna
I
bring
gotta-
them up.
Okay. Well, let me go first for the ones that have a release date.
Keep like a maximum of like 5, because again, if we go through all the ones I want to talk about, then there's no point in my list.
Oh,
So
yeah.
keep it like 5.
First of all, one I don't think is on your list is Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
That is
Again
on my
Complete
list.
Edition. Damn it!
That is on my fucking list, Will.
That's a game that's coming out?
Yeah,
Holy
the
shit.
complete
even hear
edition of
about
Scott
that.
Pilgrim versus the World is coming out, and I'm so hyped for it. I'm pretty sure it's just a port, but I never got to play the original, and there's
Yeah,
no
same.
way to there's no way
Play
to
it.
legally play it like at all. They took it, it disappeared into the ether.
Like the Avatar.
This was
Okay.
that's actually my number 4. So fuck you, Will. We're friends for a reason, you little bit. I'm kidding.
I recently learned of a game that's coming out apparently in 2021, but I don't know if anyone's actually even hyped for it because it
What's
sounds like one of those things that people have been waiting on that I heard about and then never heard again until now, and it's apparently Tsukihime.
No idea what that is.
That sounds familiar.
Tsukihime, damn.
Oh, the
that's
visual novel?
that's an IP I've heard
Isn't
in a long time.
Tsukihime
The visual
yeah, the
novel
visual
where you-
novel. Yeah, the
Yeah.
visual novel from the Fate one, like the not the
Yeah.
alternate Fate one,
Ufotable,
not like Fate, but like the
yes.
other story that you know what I mean.
The
The other story in the Nasuverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like. Yeah, Tsukihime is gonna be super cool. Is that next
Okay.
year?
Apparently, yeah, it's gonna be in 2021 in the summer.
Hell yeah! I did. If I would have knew that, it probably would have been on this list.
Fuck yeah.
One that oh,
For
sorry.
Switch and I think PC, but PS4 and Switch.
What's Tsukihime?
One that doesn't have a release
It's
date.
it's a Nasuverse thing, so it would take far too long to explain to you.
Okay, so we will. What were you gonna say?
Anime Vampires, the end.
Yeah, Will go for the next ones because we gotta get through. Why is everything a fucking WebP?
Ah,
Anyway.
it's
Go on.
useful, I guess.
No, it's not.
You don't know.
One
I'm just
that
saying, it's
I've
just-
been in love since the trailer because despite the fact we keep going to horror games, we don't get into this gothic kind of horror setting as much nowadays. And Resident Evil Village, I can't
Yeah.
wait.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just mentioned that.
Yeah, yeah.
That barely didn't make my list. That barely did
It
not make it.
Doesn't wait. Oh, that one. Ooh, there are a couple of these I didn't know was coming out, but I'll get to them later. The ones I've actually been excited for, I'll go for.
Yep.
Hold on, my brain.
Oh, there's a fucking PNG.
Where am I?
I don't know.
I'm lost.
Where's your fucking thing?
I love
So,
fucking
Will-
starting conversations with where am I?
You got 2 more. You got 2 more before we move on to someone else.
Okay. Fuck my brain. Anyway, the Yakuza remastered editions.
Yeah. That's gonna be
Interesting.
fun.
Interesting.
And fuck it, let's go for one of the ones that just caught my eye now, because obviously my brain's not working. I just saw that there's gonna be a Hogwarts game.
Yeah, that's on my list
Yeah,
too.
the Hogwarts game,
Hogwarts.
yeah.
Hogwarts
Hogwarts
Legacy.
Really?
Did
Yeah,
they ever,
it,
like said if it was most like a roleplay or
This
not?
sounds
looks-
a little interesting.
it looks pretty cool, and like of course, like there's all kinds of connotations with the Harry Potter series, and I hate J.K. Rowling and blah 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 blah. That doesn't mean I can. That doesn't mean I have to hate. That doesn't mean I have to hate Harry Potter. I can
Hogwarts-
separate the person who is going to
The
inevitably
art from the
profit from this
creator.
Yeah,
from
we
the
can-
creator.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that.
And it's
Yeah,
it's so hype. I cannot wait.
For once, one of the appeals is that the writer probably isn't going to be involved.
Yes.
Hooray.
And this is a quick thing. I saw that there's going to be a Gollum game, and I'm like, what?
Like Lord of the Rings Golem or a Golem?
Yes.
Yeah. Lord of the Rings
So, Will,
Interesting.
you broke the rule, but I'll accept this because there's a Gollum game. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
hold
what?
on. Let me get back to it because
You broke the fucking rules, and I'm going to kill you for it. But you
To
might as
be
well
fair,
tell me
Gollum
about it.
broke the
Gollum rule?
It's a Gollum game.
Hold on.
God.
I just saw. Here it is. Lord of the Rings Gollum, an action adventure.
Really?
Yeah, the wiki hardly has anything, but
Of course, but interesting.
all it is upcoming action adventure game developed and published by Daedalect, and it's based on Lord of the Rings.
So
Dialect.
now that we know about that, and again, I hate to like cut things short because I do want to get through some things. If we don't know anything about it, like the only thing we can say is it's going to be starring Ugly Boy killing my precious a lot.
Yeah, that's why I thought I mentioned it because I noticed there was like nothing on it.
Anthony, what about you? Any games for the next year?
Well, I could say Halo Infinite, but that goes. I think that might
Halo
go out
Infinite.
without
It didn't. I honestly I forgot about it, so it's not on my list.
I'm,
saying. One of the games I'm
Right.
super stoked for is Evil Genius 2. Like I fucking love Evil Genius. So
Wasn't that
much,
supposed to come out this year?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't know. I think it's only ever said 2021, so I don't.
Oh,
know.
okay. I
I'm
thought
pretty
we
sure they
talked
said that.
about this last year. I could be wrong.
No, we had to, there wasn't. I don't think there was a date. I don't know. I'm super hyped for that because now they've added Z levels into your base building. That's going to be fun.
No, we
one
talked
other
about
thing-
Oddworld last year, right?
Oddworld, yeah. I
Did that
think
come
so.
out this year?
Soulstorm. I think I
No,
would've heard.
I saw it in the list of things being released later.
Okay. That's still on my right. I guess I'll put that back up on my radar hard.
That doesn't count as 7. I was replying.
Okay. Another
Oh my
game
God.
I'm looking forward to is it's basically a sequel / remaster. It's called Starbase Startopia.
Mhm.
I think it's a remaster of the old Startopia.
By the
game.
way,
It's
if
like a
any
big-
of you guys say my number 1 before I get to, I'm going to kill you. Anyway, keep
Okay.
going.
It's like a circular ring you build on. Like the camera's all like it's fun. It's cool.
Hmm.
It's an old management kind of game. And one that still isn't too big. It still has no release date. I don't know when it's coming. I want to talk about this called Scorn. It's a horror game where how do I explain it? There's a guy. There's an artist. He designed the alien from Alien.
Mhm.
HR Geiger.
Yeah.
Geiger. It's a game. Just imagine a game in a world where everyone and everything's just something made from HR Geiger's brain. Like, it's just an awful mechanical, fleshy hybrid nightmare.
So mechanical things that have Freudian slips in an art form.
I guess it's just an awful, disgusting, gooey looking nightmare, and I want to play it. It's like a horror game, first person horror game.
Oh yeah.
It was announced forever ago, and I want it really bad. When's it coming out? Ep Software.
You have any other
People
ones?
go look it up.
Or is that well, that was probably 5, right? I should probably cut you off
That was
before
fuck
Will gets
you.
jealous.
That was 3 or 4.
That's probably
So I'm not
5.
at 5 yet. Not yet.
Go
5
for it.
is Origami 2, which it's like a stealth game where you can make your own shadows to teleport to. It's like a Ghost Ninja stealth assassin game. Jake played the first one with me for like 5 minutes and then never wanted to do it again. For some reason, I don't know why. It sounds like it's kind of janky. It's supposed to come out early next year, so whatever that means. Sometime early next year. And this one comes with 3-player co-op with 3 unique-looking ninja demons you could play as. So I look forward to that. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Okay. Squeaky, do you have anything?
Nope.
Okay.
Perfect. Awesome.
Good to know.
Squeaky
Good to know.
doesn't look
Hey, that
forward
just,
to
that just keeps
anything.
things, that just keeps things simple.
Fumble,
She's
do you
a
have
simple
anything?
girl with simple needs.
Disco Elysium is getting its final cut this year, which is pretty good.
What's that?
Disco Elysium is getting its final cut next year,
Hell yeah.
which is pretty fucking good. So they're basically just putting more audio and shit into it. They're just adding more content to it. So I'm happy to see it. What else? Obviously, I'm also waiting for Deathloop. Even though
Hell
I
yeah.
only watch it. No, they made it for PC. It's fine. No, we can play it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We can do this. And I guess like they announced like the fucking Stanley Parable like Ultra Deluxe like after they moved it like 3 times, right?
I have
Oh,
no
wait,
idea.
what?
I didn't even know.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
they decided to make an Ultra Deluxe edition, so I've been looking at it.
Huh.
Oh yeah. What about you, Tristan? You have anything?
Halo Infinite should have came out this year, but didn't, and that's kind of a meme.
Yeah.
Allegedly, from a Bethesda interview, not only are we supposed to be getting a lot of information about the next Elder Scrolls next year,
Which
but
is fantastic.
a release date, and that release date, if we are lucky, might be Christmas next year.
Oh.
But there's no confirmation on that.
Ah.
I just know that they're going to be talking about it next year, and they're going to talk about it a lot.
I know you guys are gonna look forward to it. I'm looking forward to it in the way that I don't think it's gonna be a good game.
Oh, of course.
If they stop talking about arrows and knees, then I think it's going to be a great game.
Yeah. Listen. Oh, hold on. Listen.
I'm hoping. Okay.
You're right. You want to talk? You want to make your Fallout 76 joke yet or not?
Jesus Christ, you guys.
I wasn't. I'm just saying, like, people are like, "Oh, Microsoft is going to save Bethesda." I can't wait for the problems to escalate because of Microsoft.
By the way, I moved myself slightly, and my chair made a noise, and then the dog started barking in the other room. I'm sure you heard that.
I heard him a little bit.
I hate it.
Anyway,
I literally
so-
moved slightly, and there was a slight creak of my chair, and then the barking happened.
They don't like when things change. Stop changing.
I want to die.
Stop change.
I look
more
forward
change.
to.
Stop the change 2021.
I look forward to the next Elder Scrolls. Like I want to see what happens because there's only supposed to be 5 scrolls. So let's see what happens. I can't wait.
Anything else?
We gotta fucking pray that Breath of the Wild 2 Electric Breathaloo actually comes out this fucking year, or I might
Dude,
actually pass
when it
away.
comes out, dude, it's just a video game.
Here's the thing. If it comes out next year, I will be extremely hyped.
Oh,
I'm
I will be so
expecting it.
happy.
I'm expecting it for 2022.
I'm hoping there's electric breath.
Predicting, and it's just predictions. People are predicting it might come out now 2021 because 2021 is going to mark the 35-year anniversary of The Legend of Zelda.
I can 100% believe.
And people
Yeah,
are
but look
thinking
what they
that
did for Mario's 35th.
No one
Let's
cares
not-
about Mario.
Yeah, fuck Mark.
If they give us fucking Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask on the Switch, I'll shit my pants.
Either
Sure, I'm
way-
fine with
I'll
that.
be
Either
happy with
way,
that.
Yeah.
They did something. They still did something for Mario, even if
Oh
it
no,
wasn't
they're
a full-
gonna do something. Obviously, just like they're gonna do something for Pokemon, because Pokemon's having an anniversary next year.
Yeah, so
They're gonna
yeah,
do
it's happening
something for
every year.
Zelda. They're gonna
It's
do
an
something for
anniversary.
Pokemon. I don't
can't-
expect it's going to
I
be.
can't wait for Shigeru Miyamoto to get on stage. We know you've been waiting for this.
Yeah.
A port of Link's cross motion
all
on the
it'll
CDI.
right now it seems like.
Can you
they
imagine
declare-
if we got can you imagine if we got like a remaster of all the CDI games on Switch? I would 100% play it.
Zelda
And
Adventure,
they're like
Ultimate Zelda
cinematic.
Cursing the
I
curse of
can't
the
wait
Christ, the
for-
curse.
I can't wait for Zelda Battle Royale.
We all fucking know why Hyrule
Dude, I will
Warriors was
say,
made.
I actually like now. I forgot to put this on the list, but I might have beat out Monster Train, guys. Oh, but Super Mario 35 was actually really good.
It's still out. I should
I
play that
mean,
at some point.
It's super fun. It's gonna leave in March though, which is the
No,
unfortunate
Super Mario
thing.
35 is a battle royale.
Oh, that one.
It's,
I
Yeah.
thought
it's the
meant,
one
like,
where you beat the
All-Stars
other 34
one.
Marios because
I
you're
was
the
gonna
best
say, like,
Mario.
No,
that's
not the
fucking
All Stars
cool.
thing. But this,
Yeah.
just like the All Stars thing, though, this is gonna leave in March. So you know.
Yeah.
From
Unless you already bought it.
No,
Well,
they're gonna
get
turn
the
off.
Mario
They're gonna
Kart.
turn off the online.
Yeah, you can't get the battle royale.
Yeah,
though.
from interviews, it looks like there's something external that's going to be going on. It's something we've theorized, but now it's kind of like they're saying they're not sure how things are going to be after that date.
Is
So,
there
who
any
knows?
other things you can think of, Tristan?
There's the Minecraft update, which actually is pretty huge for just cave adventuring in general. New enemies, new.
Oh no, we already
things,
talked
new
about the
everything.
Minecraft update. It's fine.
But there's,
But there's
another
another
Minecraft.
one.
If
No,
you
no, no.
want
We
to
already
update-
talked about the Minecraft update.
We get to fight the warden, and the warden will fucking two-shot you with full diamond armor.
If you can keep putting team fight tactics, we can keep talking about Minecraft.
There's Teamfight Tactics 4.5 coming
Oh
out.
no,
in
here's the thing. Like
Okay.
me and Tristan are gonna keep talking about it, so you don't get Minecraft.
Okay, imagine Nintendo's like on the stage. Shigeru Miyamoto's like, "We know you've been anticipating this. You know the employees at Telltale Game. We got them back for Minecraft Story Mode too."
I will fucking kill.
So
Someone's life will end by me that day.
I'm ready. I'm
So-
ready for Peggle 3.
so guys, Emerald, is there anything you want to bring up before I go?
I have thought about this for the longest.
If you say my number one, I will immediately remove
worry.
you from the server.
There's no way I'm going to name a single game on your list because I know
I'm already have you
I
right
could.
clicked.
It's a game-
That's
it's a
why.
game I didn't even know existed until a few minutes ago.
I already have you right clicked, dude.
That's what I thought about Scott Pilgrim. Do you want to rest?
I've been thinking about this for a while.
My finger is over the ban button. I'm just telling you.
may I say the title of this game?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
ReZero: The Prophecy of the Throne.
Okay, my finger left.
ReZero's a
Wait,
real
that
game.
wasn't your number one.
It was not, no.
It's coming out at the end of January.
Hell yeah. Here,
a,
from what I heard about the ReZero games, they're actually okay. I just don't like the idea that I can make a character, but I'm still Kirito.
Mhm.
I don't like that. It's like
Wait, Kirito.
Kirito,
not
no,
ReZero, fucking the fucking
Oh, fuck.
not
Subaru.
Subaru. Yeah, the fact that
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be I'm just gonna be like I'm gonna be able to make a character, and then I'm just gonna still be Subaru. I'm pretty sure. If that's not the case, then that's gonna be super cool. Like I'm gonna be super hyped for it.
If Japan
Still
hates
Subaru,
Subaru
yes.
so much, why don't they just replace him?
But it's
Kirito.
a tactical adventure game.
Mm-hmm.
Is what it's being called. I know nothing about it other than the synopsis, and it's an original story, so it's not like canon of the main thing, but it's still being overseen by the original author.
Can I get to can I tell Rim that I love Amelia?
Oh, I hope
I
so.
don't think so.
I
You get hit by a Subaru.
I assume you a lot in this, and it looks like it's been
ah.
fun.
Look, as long as that sound effect is that's what I need for the thing.
Yes.
Get it?
Why haven't I thought about grabbing that for the freaking? Oh my god. Anything else, Emerald?
I'm still upset you haven't used Barrel.
I need to get that one to you. Here's the thing. Now that I know that I can make actual like different settings for each of the different like RPs, I can just put all the RP ones on those and then just have a general emotes one, and I can have up to like 48 different sounds. So that sounds really cool. Any other ones, Emerald?
Ghostwire Tokyo look neat.
Ah, fuck. God dang it. Din, make me go
Number
pet fucking buddy. God.
Oh.
Buddy.
Ah,
Buddy. Here. Come here. Who's your good bud?
There's
Good bud.
Brain
Now he's gonna
anniversary.
think I like him, Din, and he's gonna walk over here and try to get up in my lap now.
Thank
He
you.
already did. He already did. Fucking great. I hope you're happy.
Then
I hope you're happy. He's in my lap now. Do it again. Fuck you. Luckily, he's in my lap, so I can. Who's your good boy?
Thank you for that, Din. I got freaked out that he was getting upset over me. 'cause of the game. But Ghostwire Tokyo looked interesting.
Anything else, Emerald, other than that?
No, not really. Just Ghostwire Tokyo. It
All
looks cool
right.
and weird.
None of you guys came anywhere close to my number one.
I mean, I did.
Well, you got my number. Hold on, let me look.
4.
You got my number 4. Yes, you got my number 4. Here's the thing. There is such a difference between my number 2 and number 1. You could probably fit 20 more games between them.
yeah. Why don't you just tell us all of them then?
I'm just gonna continually pet Buddy while these guys are wasting their points. So, let's get to the list. I've tried putting the ones that we've already said in some sort of an order already. But my number 10, I will say, if I would have remembered half of the ones you guys were talking about, I would have definitely chose it over this, because I'm pretty sure this is the one I'm going to be the most disappointed with, because I'm always disappointed every time one of these I'm petting him. I'm petting him. I'm always disappointed with these games because I want them to be good again. And they're never going to be good again. Because they just won't. So my number 10 is the new Harvest Moon game that's coming out, Harvest Moon One World.
Put your faith in what you most believe.
It's-
No idea there was another Harvest Moon game coming out.
It's
Okay,
coming out.
okay,
It's coming out
so-
next year.
I thought after
I'm
that failure of the Switch one they made, I
It's-
thought it was just gonna be fucking over forever.
it's coming out next year, and I'm looking forward to it, even though I shouldn't. It
Again,
is.
well, why not? I mean, you can harvest an entire world.
It's because it's not made by the same people who made the very original Harvest Moon due to
They s-
legal stuff.
Yeah, and it's like I was so into the original Harvest Moon. Like I had the Game Boy Color one, or the Game Boy one, and I
had a
played it
Game Boy
literally more than I played Pokemon. Like whenever I was a kid, I didn't even know what the fuck rice balls were, but I was eating them.
Dude, I fucking understand your feelings when it comes to publishers not giving you what you want. I have been waiting for Sonic to make a fucking new Chow Garden for like 20 years.
Dude, I've said this
I mean,
so many
yeah.
times, but
buy a
if
Sonic
they
game if
ever wanted just to like print money, all they had to do was like get a Chow Garden.
Yeah,
I'd
and
buy that.
put in the races again. Put in like more activities for
Yeah,
them.
Just
maybe
make an
them fight
entire
each other
Chow
again.
game. Charge people like fucking, I don't know, $200. They'll buy it. I'm kidding.
I'll fucking make the little
Yeah.
bastards eat each other alive. I'm okay with that.
Put it on the fucking Switch so we can have amiibo, so we can have like a Mario Chow.
Make it modded again so we can get Brassmo the Weed Baby.
It would make a pretty good app game, I think.
I would love to get Brassmo the Weed Baby.
Emerald, no, don't give them ideas to make it an app game because that's gonna have
I don't-
microtransactions.
I don't want my Chow going to be made of gotchas.
My number 9 is Deathloop. Because Deathloop, is fucking. I'm really looking forward to it. By the way, there's such a big gap between 9 and 10 as well.
Yeah, I can't imagine how that could be.
Let's see here. After that, my number 8 is actually something that I'm surprised not more people are talking about. But again, I'm super old, so that's probably why.
Probably
Ghost and Goblins Resurrection.
Wait, what? Where is that?
Wait,
Ghost
what?
and Goblins
Ooh, I
Resurrection
saw
is
that.
coming out
I
next
saw
year.
that, yeah.
And this is the
See,
game I
I'm
spent the
not
most money on
fucking
in
around because I
arcades as a
never
kid.
Played it.
This is the
Ghosts and Goblins?
this is the game I spent the most money on in arcades as a kid.
Dude.
Couple games that are coming out next year that I think are actually coming out next year, but I don't know anything about them, so never
Mhm.
mind.
Feel
But
free to hate me, but what's Ghosts and Goblins?
Okay, so I'm all right. I'm gonna. You're gone. You're out. Okay, hold on.
So go.
Hold
So
on.
go. Yeah.
Somebody
Yeah,
stop. Somebody
no.
needs to stop me from banning him. I'm gonna have to. Somebody
Don't
tell me.
ban
Tell
him,
me
yeah.
something.
Okay.
Tell me something to stop. Tell me something to stop me from banning him.
He's a young lad with a big heart.
He's required for Zelda to happen.
Okay, all right.
He
I'll
did
stop.
the thing you didn't like.
He got me at me again. He's making me wanting. He's getting me heated.
What's happening?
I was threatening to perish Emerald.
Ghosts and
Oh, you're
Goblins is an
crediting?
extremely old game and considered one of the hardest games of all time, except not exactly the hardest game of all time, but pretty fucking hard.
It was very
Any
hard
game
for the
is
time.
considered-
It was very hard for the time.
Like Ninja Gaiden was considered the hardest game. Ghosts and Goblins was considered the hardest game.
There's a few. It's definitely on level. It's on par with Ninja Gaiden.
Crash
Yeah.
Bandicoot Insane
Yeah.
Trilogy was considered the hardest game.
Okay, fuck it.
The new Crash Bandicoot of our generation.
My next
Crash
game.
Team Racing.
My next game on the list, because again, I wanted to go through these kind of bullet like one
Yeah.
after another.
Ghosts and Goblins getting remake.
It's so I cannot wait. I'm gonna be
I
so
didn't know.
disappointed.
Well, look at the trailer, Goblins. Should be great.
The next thing on the list is Persona 5 Strikers is coming out.
The fuck?
You know
is
I'm
that?
fucking. It's basically Hyrule Warriors, but Persona 5.
Yeah.
What?
You know I'm into that shit. So yeah, Persona 5 Strikers is coming out. It's gonna be super neato. I can't wait to.
I was
check
gonna
that
add
out.
that to my wish list, and then I saw it wasn't actually Persona 5. That's not on PC, so I made myself sad.
Oh wait.
I'm gonna move
Oh,
Hogwarts Legacy over. I'm gonna move that over here. I'm just gonna get that over there. Because it's the one that's supposed to come after the Persona 5. Just right there. Just put it right there. The next one's on the list is technically 2 games. And again, I wish Jake were here because he'd be more into this one. But Anthony's gonna be into this, and maybe Emerald's gonna be into this. Who knows? We're gonna talk about both of these games at once, at the same time, at once in the same breath. Scrolling to them so that I can put them in the thing. It better not be web. Okay, there we go. So, Monster Hunter Rise is coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Maybe I could join this time if it's going PC.
Nope. I don't think.
What's it going for?
I don't remember.
Consoles.
Switch.
Twitch.
Switch?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, Rise is gonna be Switch. I think the other one is Switch too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe it was
Switch.
Switch releases.
I
Yeah.
need to get a Switch as soon as possible.
Because the next one on the thing, because again, there were 2 games here that I wanted to talk about. And the reason I put them together is because I don't know the difference.
Switch and PS4/5. Yeah, okay. I don't need to get switched.
I don't know the difference between them. The other one's Monster Hunter Stories 2.
Okay, so I'll tell you the big fucking. Jake loves stories so much. I'll tell you the difference.
Go ahead.
In Monster Hunter, you fucking beat them to death and you skin them. In stories, you befriend one, you ride around on him, and you get to raise and hatch more monsters.
Hey.
It's Pokemon.
It's basically Pokemon. You also get to ride on a Rathalos like his little dog. Like dog mount.
Hey.
The monsters are very distinctly different size and stories in the game, so it's weird, but all right. I'm looking forward to. Listen, man, I saw the bowgun trailers for Rise, and I'm losing my fucking mind. You just grapple hook around and shoot people. I need to play more Iceborne. I need to boot that up.
I haven't played Iceborne
I need to get
because I haven't had anyone to play with.
Dude, what the fuck? You got is it on your PlayStation still?
I don't know which one I have it on, to be honest.
I have it on the
I got
PlayStation,
me.
but I'm so behind.
I know I have Iceborne on either my PlayStation or PC version because I have it
I
on
have
both.
Monster Hunter on both. I have Monster Hunter on both of these fucking. I'm not gonna play. I don't know if I can play it on my PC. I don't think it can't handle a lot of things, so I don't know.
Mhm.
I still have that 970 graphics card.
Uh,
In that for a couple years.
the next one was Scott Pilgrim,
Mhm.
and then we get into the top 3.
Ooh, time to get
So-
nasty.
Number 2.
Mm,
Number 2.
mm.
Well, that was 3.
Number 3.
Fucking- Get to the fucking thing before you have a stroke.
Number 2.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Number 15.
Burger King foot lettuce. Number
heard- I-
3 is a game that I've streamed one of them, and I wasn't into it as much as I was the other one, and people don't know why. And maybe it's because the original one was so good. Maybe it was just like a diamond in the rough, but like a lot of people didn't get to play it or see it. And maybe people got to play and see it because of the second one, but it was an old game by then, so by a lot of people's standards, so I don't know what's going on there. But next year, I'm gonna get to show people who haven't seen it why I enjoyed this one far more than the second one. The second one's good. I did enjoy it more than I thought I would. I need to actually complete it. But next year, Nier Replicant's coming out, which is a remake of the original Nier, and I am
Interesting.
super looking forward to playing it.
I just got Nier.
Whenever-
And we got the better ones coming up like tomorrow.
Whenever
you guys play
I
games?
played it, I played it when it first came out, and I was just in love with the game so much, and so many people did not know what the fuck it was, and nobody really knew what Nier was until the one with the ash showed up. Nobody really knew what Nier was until 2B happened.
Nico, listen to me very carefully. I played Drakengard. I know what Nier is.
And Nier is just so good. I've seen Drakengard. I've watched through Drakengards. I played one of them. I was kind of disappointed.
Yeah, no shit. How do you think the other people feel?
Nier is so good. Like
I never
so
played- I've seen it, but I've never
fucking
played
good.
it. Like, I
And
remember
there's
seeing it in game stores. I'm like, yeah, this
nobody's gonna get the. I hope that nobody spoils themselves on this game. Because if you do go back and look, the things that Nier does good is it shatters your expectations in a couple of sections. No spoilers. And it completely changes how you think a game is supposed to be played. And I absolutely loved it. And people are like, there are some things of that in the second game. I never got to it if there was any. And somebody told me that like one of the scenes I like went over was kind of that. And I'm just like, no, it's not.
So that's a lot of that's big praise for a fucking
I love
for
this
anything.
game. Nier, again, one of my all-time favorite games. I have 100%ed Nier, and then erased my file. don't ask why.
Well, fuck you, why? Did someone else erase it? Did you
No,
erase it?
I erased it.
The game isn't there an in-game reason why you want to do that?
Don't worry about it.
Don't
Oh,
worry.
is it-
Don't worry about it.
Fuck you! Did
I'm
not one of
I have
those
to
games.
play it
Fuck
like
you.
tomorrow, so don't.
Oh, Will, believe me, you're not gonna get to this for quite a while. Anyway,
You're not telling me.
So
it's one
Nier
of those
RP1?
games.
don't
that's
worry
gonna be
about it.
something.
Don't worry about it.
I wanna
We'll
this game
I'll
now.
I'll stream Nier when it comes out. You guys can all find out then. It is such a fucking good game. If there was ever a game it's very close to like it's obviously aged. The battle system is not as good as the new games. Blah blah blah. Whatever. I've never really been that kind of a person anyway. It is a near perfect game in my eyes. I love this game. Anyway,
So Nier RP1.
number 2 is another game that I'm surprised nobody said, but then I realized no one's gonna fucking say this. And for it to beat out Nier, the only reason it beats out Nier, I'm gonna say this: I don't know which Nier I'm getting, and the fact that it's probably Brother Nier instead of Daddy Nier is knocking it down some.
You're hotter though.
I don't give a single fuck about your freaking your uterus, Squeaky. All right, Papa Nier is the ultimate Chad, and no one can tell me otherwise.
Wait, what is that?
About my girlfriend's uterus?
You fucking heard me. Clip it anyway.
Yo, what the
God,
fuck's going on?
What's that shit about? Wait, what? There's 2 Niers or something? What is
There's
it?
a version where you play a dad named Nier, And then there's a version where you play a brother named Nier, and the cute little girl you're with, she's either your daughter or your little sister. It doesn't really.
It doesn't affect
it.
anything, but it kind of does.
I'm gonna.
Don't worry about it.
It's great. Nier's great. Anyway, and
Yo, that dude looks like someone I play in the role playing.
my number 2 is
Huh.
The Ruined King, a League of Legends story.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't think it's gonna be that good.
Oh, that good.
It looks good. It
looks
looks
It looked
super
like it could have
cool.
good humor.
It looks super cool. I'm looking forward to this. It is.
I'll-
Ah.
We'll
Yeah,
get
well,
more
soccer-
lore.
League of Legends RPG.
It is legit a tactics RPG set in the League of Legends universe, and you are the 5 characters they shown us that we can play, and I think they shown us technically one other, is you play with Misfortune, you play with Alawi, you play with Yasuo, you play with Ari, you play with, these are the 2 fucking wild cards. You play with Braum. Somehow he got to
He got
Bilgewater.
here.
Braum can be
and-
wherever you want.
And you play
Yeah, boy.
with Pike.
Pike.
Somehow
Pike.
Pike is with this group.
Pike
and
just dropped off.
Here's the thing. The entire game is canon.
Fuck you.
These
No
characters
way.
are hanging out together for some reason.
Fuck you that Braum and Pike working together as best.
They
friends.
They're
are.
hanging out, they're besties.
They're
Fuck
besties.
You go
Do
fuck.
not deny the truth. Do not deny the truth.
Are you telling
Hey
me?
everyone, it's me, your boy Pike. I brought a little souvenir from the Freljord.
It is
Oh.
so fucking cool, and it
Yo,
leads
what
it
up?
leads out from the Spirit Blossom event, because obviously Ari and Yasuo coming from the Spirit Blossom event are going to Bilgewater. That's where they're going to meet up with Misfortune and Alawi. Who the fuck knows why Braum and Pike are there and how
We
why they're
know
hanging out with
exactly-
everybody?
No. We know why Pike is. We know why Pike would be.
Well,
in
we know
Bilgewater.
why is Pike being with the group is what I'm mostly meaning.
Because Pike doesn't he hunt like the
It's your
damned or
boy,
something?
Skinny penis.
Wait, so
He doesn't go after the damned. He goes after certain people, and they're
Okay,
basically damned.
Who has the biggest? Who would have the biggest bounty in the world than the Ruined King, though?
Well, here's the
You
thing.
know,
Half of the game
objectively.
isn't even gonna be over there. They're gonna from what we've seen, it's gonna be taking place in 3 different places. Again, from what we've seen, it's gonna be taking place in the in Bilgewater. It's gonna be taking place in the Shadow Isles, and before there, it's gonna be taking place in the Isles from the cult of the big tentacle monster-y boys. And though it's I can't wait. First off, we know Vilemaw is gonna show up. I want to see Vilemaw.
Yeah, same. Yeah, same.
We know that so many things. If they're going to the Shadow Isles, we're definitely seeing Yorick at some
Oh,
point.
abs-
Hopefully,
Yo,
we
I
can
wanna-
recruit
so
him.
listen.
That'd
Oh
be
my
super
God,
cool.
Listen. Here's who we need to see in the Shadow Isles: Maokai, Yorick. I want to punch Karthus in his fucking throat.
Well, here's the
and I
thing.
wanna shit on
We
that
know
corpse
we
dead.
probably know that most of the Shadow
Getting
Isles
Pike to
champions are
show
going
up
to
on
be
the
there.
seas.
We probably know that most of the Shadow Isles champions are going to be there. But like, are they going to be playable? Are they only going to be bosses we fight? Like,
I would love to, dude. I want to fight Mordecai.
are we gonna see Lucian and Senna? Are we gonna see Gangplank return?
Okay. I just had
All he's gonna say is barrel.
I just had a thought with the idea of Mordekaiser as like essential antagonist.
Well, he's not.
Who? Okay, fair enough.
Like
But
the
if-
actual Ruined King is the antagonist.
Yeah.
Okay, but still, Mordekaiser wasn't being. Mordekaiser being a boss gave me the idea. You know, in Paper Mario 1, you had that Koopa Jr.
Mhm.
What if Vigar is your Koopa Jr.?
Oh my god!
Like he
As
just
soon
keeps
as you
popping
said
up.
it, I knew where you were going.
Oh my God. Well, listen, look, I want to see if we got the shot, then Callista might be there, and I want to see Callista versus Ruined King. Give me this.
It's
I
gonna
want to
be
see
be
this.
super interesting. I don't know how many other characters they're gonna add in, if they even add in any other characters other than the 6 we've seen.
We'll see.
Again, like Gangplank has been waiting in the wings to return to Bilgewater. When's the best time to do that than whenever Misfortune's leaving for the Shadow Isles?
Yeah.
fucking there's even like some of the pirates that like have been known to be in Gangplank's band have been seen in the trailers. So like
Really?
he's gonna show up at some
Yeah,
point.
of course he has to. It's
And when he does, he's gonna have his traditional Gangplank voice.
I miss old Gangplank. Don't taunt me with this. I miss him. I miss my pirate passive.
I'm so looking forward to this. It is again, we spent so much time here just yelling about what potentially could happen. And
Yeah,
that's why
I
this
like-
is such a hype
what's-
thing for me.
I
I
didn't
care less
know.
about playing the game, but I'll keep an eye on it.
I'm a bit.
The
sad,
fact that
personally,
everything in it, just like with Legends of Runeterra, the fact that everything in this is going to be canon and pushing forward the lore is really the big thing that gets
I
me.
can't believe the lore's gonna have people fighting the Ruin King. I can't believe they're gonna. that we get
The
to see
Rune King is the Rune King's gonna be a new champion.
What?
Yeah,
What?
we've already
When
seen
did
him.
This happen? What?
I'll show you later.
Oh yeah, and,
So
and
much
that,
to show him later.
you got that message I sent you, right?
Let me go look.
Who?
About TFT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know
Apparently,
that.
I guess that's gonna be a part of like the next Chinese New Year skins.
Maybe. I've seen a spoiler thing that's been circulating around for the next thing. I'm not sure exactly how accurate it's going to be though, but so far everything seems to be following it.
I cannot believe the Ruin King is showing up. in the game.
With
I
all
have-
that being said,
What's up, Sweet? What was I saying, Sugi?
I think I also saw a league-related thing with Xerath.
Ooh.
I'll put it in. I'll
You
put
did
it in. I'll put it in our little game logo chat since that's where the dumpster is now. Apparently,
Yo, what is that? Is that a Blood Moon Xerath?
I don't know.
that looks super cool.
It might be a bull because the upcoming Lunar New Year is a bull. Is the bull?
Oh my God, Xerath has skin. That's so weird. I don't know if I like that.
We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll
he's
see if
an
we'll see if
anime
that we'll see if
boy.
that comes to fact.
we'll
But
see.
that is if that happens,
really cool.
I'm gonna be so into it. But
Xerath needs better skins.
there is
Anywho.
a final game that I would like to talk about. And again,
Mhm.
I've talked so much about Ruin King. I've talked so much about Nier Replicant, and those two games are so much higher than every game on this list. But I feel like the final game
Mhm.
is on another level above Nier and Ruin King.
I can't wait to see it.
It is to a point where I am flabbergasted it's happening. And the trailer for it blows my mind every time I look at it. And I don't know how many of you here are going to even care. But for someone who's like me, who's been in love with this series and in love with all things about this for so long, Will, you might care.
Okay.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
Neo: The World Ends With You.
Oh yeah, they were
A
making-
sequel to The World Ends
Oh,
With You
hell
coming out for
yeah.
the Switch.
I've never played
Mhm.
Outwinds with you, so
Oh fuck! You know what? Keep talking about what you're talking about. I have ending comments.
You talking about what you're
Neo: The World Ends With You is coming out, and the trailer for it doesn't show nearly anything for me to really get too excited about, except that they've completely rehashed the battle system, obviously. All like you get 4 party members, which is really interesting. Will, before anything, guess who one of the party members is?
He's a Minami Moto.
I guess you weren't Zeta Slow.
I saw the trailer too, and I noticed it was a prequel.
It looks interesting. I don't know if it's a prequel.
Oh, I was talking to Tara about it, who, goes through 12A1 like once a year to read all the lore and has shown what evidence there are that this might be.
If you look again, I don't want to get too into it, but if you look at Minamimoto's entrance, it says in the background of him that he ran the game. So it can't be a prequel. It's literally in the end of the Switch version of The World Ends With You, they resurrected Minamimoto.
Oh,
Mhm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking DS.
It cannot be a prequel. But I'm looking so forward to it. You should if Tara thinks that, you should let her know, because she will this will blow her mind. But whenever he first shows up, it actually in the background of it says that he ran the game, showing that in the past tense he did that. And again, at the end of Another Day, or I guess A New Day, I can't remember which one it was in the Switch version, he was resurrected by another antagonist or another character in that.
Well, of course you resurrect him. He's the best one.
And it's I can't wait. I honestly cannot wait. It's gonna be so interesting. And besides, it also can't be. I don't want to keep saying this. It also can't be a prequel because there's a girl dressed up like Mr. Mew, which was a design made by Shiki. So
fair.
But yes, I'm so looking forward to this. It's going to be so interesting. If it ends up being like some sort of weird, like timey-wimey bullshit that like maybe like the other world is in the future, but like the actual main world's in the past or something, that'd be kind of cool. So many things. The headphone girl from A New Day shows up in the trailer. So like, it's I cannot wait. I don't know nearly as much as I want to.
And it looks like I have to play the Switch version.
Yeah, the Switch version is so good, dude. The Switch version of Twibbly is so good.
Well, it looks like I was thinking about getting the Switch for a while, and Breath of the Wild sold me already, but now I have other reasons.
So that's the reason? It's not just me being like, you can just buy a fucking Switch, like nothing's stopping you?
Well, yeah, but if I say that out
And you're
loud,
like, no, I have to wait for the Switch Pro. What Switch Pro doesn't exist? It's a fever dream, just like
Well, I mean, if you're
Cyberpunk
waiting for like
England.
a Switch Pro, then just like get a Switch Lite. Just play it there.
And you can take it with you.
but I like motion control. That's probably the most controversial thing I've ever said.
Oh my god.
But there's my list. Harvest Moon, The One World, Deathloop, Ghosting Goblins Resurrection, Persona 5 Strikers, Hogwarts Legacy, Monster Hunter Rise, Monster Hunter Stories 2, Scott Pilgrim, the complete edition, Nier Replicant version, a bunch of numbers, Ruin King, a League of Legends story, and Neo: The World Ends With You. I think next year is going to be really good for games if all of these games come out. If all of these games plus the ones I'm still waiting for come out, next week's going to be a freaking crazy.
Next week, huh?
Next week is next year too. Fuck you.
Big plays, big brain plays.
Next year will be an absolute crazy year, and I don't know how I'm gonna choose 10 games for next New Year's.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings Gollum has to be high.
And that's kind of why, like, partway through you talking about The World Ends With You, I was like, oh shit, there's another game that actually caught my attention this year that's supposed to be out next year.
Oh, yeah?
But the only reason why it's not in my fucking mind all the time is because it's a completely new IP by people that used to be a part of Sega that are now a part of Square, and that's Balan Wonderworld.
Oh
And that
yeah,
also
that
looked
game.
really interesting to me.
I forgot about that
I
game.
put the little picture there.
Yeah, I forgot about that
in
game.
the game. The art direction looks fucking ballin'. If it's made by the people that made Nights into Dreams, I mean, it could be good.
It looks
I hope
super
it's
cool.
good.
Like the trailers that we've seen looked really cool.
Oh, we did forget an important game though.
What's that?
Yeah.
Untitled Ruby game.
Shut the fuck
I
up.
mean, here's the thing. There's a
they're
bunch
making
of
another Ruby
untitled
game?
games. There's a bunch of untitled games that potentially could be coming out next year. It is again, first off, Zelda's 35th anniversary. So if we do get, like, we're at the very least getting some sort of trailer for Breath of the Wild 2.
At least fucking trailer.
At the
and it's gonna
very
have
at the
Ganondorf
very least
voiced in it.
at the very least we're getting that. Potentially a release date. And very like 5% chance, I don't know, we'll get the game. If that happens, I'll be very happy. But
Elder Scrolls 6.
Elder Scrolls 6 could be a big thing. Pokemon is gonna release something. We don't know
They're gonna
what
make something.
we don't know what it is, but
Well,
it's,
fucking
it's,
Diamond. I might actually be upset if it's Diamond and Pearl remakes. I don't know.
I'm if it is, I'll be happy. That's my favorite gen. That's my favorite gen.
It's a great gen. If it was Gen 3, I'd agree with you, but
Fuck Gen 3. Gen 3 already had a remake. Get off your fucking no.
It
Kill,
can have a second
I
one.
hope it never gets a remake again.
Pull out your 3DS and you put in Pokemon Diamond in your 3DS right now.
I
Can you
don't
do
want
that with the
Diamond.
Game Boy Advance? No.
I don't want
Can't
fucking
do it.
Pokemon Diamond in my fucking 3DS or DS. I want Platinum.
Black and white remakes.
That'll happen after Gen 4, you bitch.
I
Yeah,
don't
can
care
they-
about Gen
can they
4.
No,
Yes,
here's the
Sword
thing. That's why you should want Gen 4 to come out squeaky, so it can hurry up and get to Gen 5.
No, just skip Gen.
Can-
just
It's
skip
not
Gen
gonna
4.
happen. You look. I'm gonna
But I
get out.
want
Get out. Get out. You're going to.
Can we
You're,
get-
hold on. I'm
Here's
remaking
what's gonna
jail.
happen.
Can we get Sword and Shield
Yes.
too?
I'm
Jail
remaking
two.
jail.
Jail 2, boys.
Here's
Jail
what they
two,
do.
jail better.
Here's what they do. Okay, I know all of you are looking forward to Diamond and Pearl, but get ready for Gold and Silver 2.
Yo, get ready for Pokemon Sword and Shield 2 and Pokemon Gun. Why are half of them gone? He Thanos snapped half of them. He left me here when I was busy shitting on his shitty Gen 4 game. He really is a masochist. Come on back.
Serial killer.
Oh, get me the fuck
Are we
out.
coming back?
As I was saying, Gold and Silver 2.
Oh, that's why you were kicked out.
Here's the thing.
I-
The most likely things could potentially be remakes of Gen 4, which I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna happen. That's just me wanting it to happen.
It's been 7
Potentially,
years since the last remakes they made.
potentially, we could get like Let's Go Johto might be a thing.
I don't think I'd be upset with that.
Which I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay
Let's
with
go,
that.
Perfectly
Meryl,
fucking
and
honest,
let's go
I don't think I'd be
Snubbull.
upset with that.
I think I'd be okay with that.
Let's go Dunsparce and let's go Igglypuff.
We could
Why don't Snubbull
also
and Meryl?
we could also get some more DLC, which would be interesting, for Sword and Shield, or a third game, which would be also interesting. And a lot of people were thinking that'd be really cool if we just got the games on like the eShop, just like we did with the 3DS. Like getting some of the old games onto the Switch eShop would be good. I think that'd be
That'd be
okay.
smart.
Okay, I got
Um,
it though. Sword and Shield remake.
Go to the jail.
I'm just gonna turn Will down.
Hey.
All the way down.
There we go. I can't hear him
So-
anymore. He can't hurt me any longer.
I mean, you could have also just muted him. It's also mute. But
See
that's
that
mean.
doesn't do like muting somebody is just it's over, but like you have to go through effort of dragging the little thing all the way to the left,
Real quick, start spamming coronavirus.
I put it back to the right though because I do love Will, even if he is a terrible person.
See,
That you in my mind agree.
going all the way to the left again.
I was surprised with the games that you said because of the games, only one of them that I would have mentioned actually made it on your list.
Hell yeah!
You know, the world ends with you. I'm glad I didn't mention that.
Again,
but,
if you would have, I would have removed you from the server.
I know, but there are. a
That's what
couple
I was
other
saying. Like, if
games-
anybody said it, they were gonna be gone. I
Mhm.
wasn't gonna be friends with them anymore. I'm glad that you guys were able to live past the purge.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah, like I was looking forward to No More Heroes 3, the new Resident Evil, and the new Ratchet and Clank games. Those all look pretty interesting to me.
Resident Evil 3 does look interesting as
I
well.
don't know how I'm gonna feel about. I don't know how to feel about Ratchet and Clank. I don't
Why
know.
are people
movie
bringing up games
video?
after I asked them about games before and they didn't give me enough
Because I was
things to
afraid that they were on
say?
your list.
Ah, you
That's
were a
fair.
little bitch.
I was.
I'm a pussy and I'm proud.
I'm a pussy and I'm proud. I'm a
That's
pussy
what
and
they
I'm
call
proud.
it.
I'm a pussy and I'm proud.
I like pussy and I'm proud.
Good for you, buddy.
Thank you.
Bold
I'll be right back.
take on something.
Controversial opinion. I'm a pussy and I'm proud.
Is that controversial? This was fun.
It was fun.
I got it.
That was this.
They're like,
this
we
was-
know you want Diamond and Pearl. Get ready for Let's Go Pikachu 2.
Again, like
Yo,
if we have like again, Let's Go Johto. Like if we have like a Let's Go Johto game, I'm fine with that.
No,
Um,
no, I mean, oh fuck.
Hey, you
No,
people.
Hey, you
it'll just-
Pikachu.
It'll just be let's go Pikachu and let's go EV2 Johto Journeys. It's just we already know this.
If they
No,
just,
no.
do-do-do-do.
I
Pikachu.
won't even be upset if they like remaster Coliseum and XD and put them on the Switch.
Wait,
I mean,
Yeah.
I
Wait a
don't think
minute, didn't
anyone can be mad
I
about that.
forgot, Didn't they announce Pokemon Snap 2?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck
That
is
wasn't-
that, by the way? That was
We
supposed
don't-
to be out this year.
We don't know
Well,
anything.
we don't know anything. That's the big problem.
They didn't give us a date.
No, when they first showed it, it was like 2021 fall or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
21
so.
fall.
No, fall 2020. Sorry, not that.
Oh.
Let me see here.
Well, it didn't happen.
It looks like it was pushed back.
Yep, didn't happen.
Everything gets pushed
course
back.
it was.
Probably. I think I'm gonna leave. soon.
Coronavirus.
And then Pokemon League of Legends.
No.
They're like, here, have this instead. This is what you wanted, right?
I'm not
You
gonna
want
fucking-
this. You want this.
I didn't play a single ranked game in the league this year. I don't think I want to play a fucking MOBA again.
This is what you want.
Look, here's the thing though. If out of every MOBA you could play, Pokemon is on brand for you. Is all I'm saying.
There are $1 million tournaments just like League.
Can you
Maybe.
imagine though? Imagine Miyamoto coming up. Good news, Star Fox MOBA.
Yeah,
Can we get an actual good Star Fox game?
How about they just
Nice.
make a fucking Smash Brothers MOBA?
Hell yeah!
A sort of Heroes of the Storm-esque bullshit thing where
I would-
Pikachu can
dude.
level up to level 15, learn Volt Tackle, and fucking hit Cloud in the ass.
Here's of the Storm had a Hogger update. I don't know how to feel about
Yeah,
it.
I like Hawker.
I think I might have to leave soon. I'm getting pretty hungry.
We're gonna be ending
All right.
very soon.
Okay, so I'm actually in pain now.
Well,
You
leave
got
leave
food
now
every
then.
time.
Go away.
Why did you wait till you were in pain?
My guys.
didn't-
I,
It's been
I usually wait till I'm dead.
My guys. As we see right here, I have moved the two lists here. We have our looking forward list right here, with our Harvest Moon, Deathloop, Ghost and Goblins Resurrection, Persona 5 Strikers, Hogwarts Legacy, Monster Hunter Rise, Monster Hunter Stories 2, Scott Pilgrim Complete Edition, Nier Replicant, Rune King, and The World Ends With You, Neo The World Ends With You. I will say this: if at least 5 of these do not make it onto my top 10 list next year, I will do something. I will give them away. I'll give every one of these games away to someone.
Yeah.
That's a lot
You'll
of games.
complain
Here's the thing.
about it.
Here's the thing. Nobody reminds me about all the promises I make every year anyway, so it doesn't matter because I'm pretty sure I
that's-
promised the same thing last year.
That's real thoughtful. That's real thoughtful of you. I
No,
humbly
you
accept.
actually didn't.
I'm pretty sure I promised something last year. Or it was
Oh,
the year
you
before.
promised me money.
One or the other thing. Probably, but since you didn't remind me and I already did this, I guess it's not happening.
Instead, you're gonna take money from me.
I'm just gonna take all your money from you. But other than that, we do also have the games of the year, which was Monster Train, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, Animal Crossing, New Horizons, Paper Mario, Origami King, Magical Diary Wolf Hall, Monster Camp, Cyberpunk 2077, Fairy Tail PS4, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, Persona 5 Royal, and Final Fantasy 7 Remake. We have gone through all of these, and I'm glad each of you were able to sit here with us on the last day of 2020 to watch us talk about some random video game stuff. Because I mean, again, shocker, I play video games sometimes. I don't just do the RP stuff. I play games occasionally. It's kind of what I started doing in the first place, and then the other things happen. Watch my game streams.
One day you're
No one
gonna
ever
play
shows
games-
up.
One day you'll do a game stream where you also roleplay.
Hell yeah. Like I did with the Donovan thing in Wolf Hall.
Yeah, it's going all the way around. It's
Yeah.
Look at that.
It'll be great.
I can't believe Donovan ran from Watt so far. He went to Wolf Hall.
It's fine. When you do Monster Camp again, you could be Donovan there too.
We'll see if any of the games that we want to come out later will come out in any sort of actual glory, or if some of them are going to end up very disappointing, like The Last of Us 2. But I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. We enjoyed ourselves. Any questions, comments, or wisecracks, comments below. We have almost made it to just 4 hours. Is anybody doing anything right now? Let me go check the Twitch, see if anybody is
No,
doing
currently,
anything.
I'm in the stream.
Okay. Ah! Oh no! Ah! Music showed up. Hate it. Oh, okay. So, I'm gonna send you guys over to Aaron. He's playing some Tarkov. Probably enjoying the fact that I'm not there shooting him in the back of the head.
Yet.
How did that happen?
Did you? You know what you should play?
What's that?
Hunt Showdown. It's a game where you can shoot your friends.
I don't want to.
You
I don't
can
want.
shoot them.
I didn't mean to shoot him.
No,
It's
you're
an
not, supposed to, you're not supposed to do that in Hunt Showdown either. It makes you
can do
feel
it.
better.
It's funny when it happens, though.
It is very funny.
There we go. We're gonna send you guys over there. You guys can tell him that we had a good time. You know, if you want to lie to him, stick around, refresh, so you guys can hang out with him. Tarkov is actually a really fun game. Again, I've said it before. It is one of the only shooters where you can actually make a lot of progression. And again, at one point, he said that he was dead, and I took that as him being dead, and then I shot him in the back of the head. So that was pretty fun. Hope you guys know something. Whoa! Hope you guys have a happy new year. Hopefully everything in the future will be better than what happened here. 2021, I'm looking forward to it. And hopefully everything will be taken care of better than this time. But until next time, guys, like always, later days.
Later.
Godspeed.
Man, I can go back to Genshin now. It's fine.